Welcome to our semi-regular Maker feature stream. Today we'll be showcasing Buflen, who has, as you can see, about 350,000 likes on his profile and is one of the best-known platformer designers in the kind of high super expert range, usually around 1% mark. Very well-known maker in the game and probably the most popular one that we'll showcase on this particular stream. But Buflen used to turn out levels so quickly that it was just impossible to keep up. And he's been off since about November, I think, so now is our chance to finally work through some of the backlog. I've featured both his Super World and many of his individual courses here on the stream before, but haven't really caught up since last year. So we're going to do that. This is the most recent one, sorry, the oldest one that was past the cutoff of the last time I caught up on very many of these at all. So we'll just begin right here with ohms. Sitting at around 0.8%, 0.84. We're surrounded by debris of the past. I'm not sure I actually catch the Deftones reference, not knowing much about Deftones, but I'm sure the level itself will be self-explanatory. So let's take a look. Okay, it's going to be a shell ride. We need to get on the shell accurately. That would be a fantastic way to start. Looks like we'll have to bop the piranha and then get on the block within a limited amount of time. And yeah, once again, just need to react to this a little bit better. As you can see, multiple on-off switch presses are eventually going to drop the blaster underneath the door so we can get through. So there's going to be a bit of back and forth as we do the shell ride over to the switch and jump over that spike with a little bit better momentum control, perhaps. Okay. A little bit of time to react at the beginning, but I kind of flubbed that, so welcome, Meng. Right. I'm not entirely convinced that Meng is late, Supernova. I think Meng has been extremely punctual. But I don't know if there are some existing standards that you're judging that by. Welcome anyway, Supernova. Hope you too are doing well. Okay, jump on this. You can kind of see by the death markers here where the various inaccuracies may be. Yep, just slipping off from an imperfect landing. I mean, getting off of the blue platform right away is more or less necessary, although you'll notice that it is a level that kind of invites you to take that risk before the shell is actually out. That the shell comes out just before the falling platform is going to take you down to the spikes. But that you're still able to get off the platform all the way until then. There isn't some point of no return where you're not able to get over the high spike, I think. So we'll see about that. Okay, we'll eventually sort that out, I'm sure. I've been off this game for a few days, and so always a bit of a warm-up involved, especially because I wouldn't have played any actual platforming levels since viewer levels last weekend. So, definitely kind of within the expected range to have an initial adjustment period as we get back into holding the controller again. Understanding where everything is. That was a momentarily distracted by chat death. Yeah, Meng, I think they might ring a bell as well. It's, could be some very deep cut. Some languishing obscurity, or really not at all. Anyway, as you can see, landing on the moving shell is very quickly being exposed as a slight weakness of mine here. But the timing windows once you get onto the shell are actually pretty generous. Yeah, if I jump as high as possible there, I do have a fairly safe landing zone. Just need to aim a little better. Whoops. There we go. I do need to duck. I don't know why I raised myself there. Yeah, Supernova, I'm actually fairly certain that... and this is public information, so I'm not revealing anything, but he started streaming right after he had a kid, I think, and which I thought was an extremely bold move. In that, you know, I'm not sure he necessarily realized how much of a challenge it would be to balance those things. And I don't know how much of it is also just burnout on this game as well, because he was, I think, intending to work on a brand new Super World at a time to replace his current one, and that didn't really wind up going. Oh, no, I'm supposed to land on a blaster on that round. I knew that, of course. I'm actually not connected to Mario Maker Twitter at all. I know that there are some people who, like General BB, for instance, or Ketcha, who post contraptions every now and then, but I kind of just look at those piecemeal when he also shares them in other places, like on Discord. And so I don't actually know what Maker Twitter looks like. Despite knowing that a number of streamers and makers are definitely there. Okay, here we go. But yeah, I think it's very easy to get into the mindset of thinking, okay, we're going to be homebound with parental leave or something, and think you have all the time in the world. But yeah, I would not be surprised if that were a major contributing factor to why he had dropped off a bit as a maker since November, although of course that's convenient for me because I'm actually able to catch up now. Okay, down we go. Which was too bad because he streamed at an excellent time in terms of being able to, well, be watchable by me first of all, but also capture a lot of crossover between the NA and EU crowds in this game, so. I need to think about this. Yeah, I do need to cycle back somehow. Yeah, I did not read that room properly at all. I was just kind of going with the flow there, and that was definitely not the right move. Need to think ahead a little bit, which, when I'm trying to ride a shell accurately at the same time, I may not be doing very well. Anyway, yeah, you do this, you jump, and then you take the second shell, and then what? Oh, you ride it down to the hole then, yeah. And then you jump out of the hole, yes. I was not reading that accurately at all, probably because I missed a switch the second time I was in that room. So. Meng, I don't see what you find so doubtful about my catching up. Unless it has something to do with the discussion we had some weeks ago about the etymology of ketchup. It depends, of course, how long I take on individual levels like this one. Game audio is taking a crap. Yeah, it was doing that at the beginning of the stream. I will fix it on the next attempt. Because it's been glitchy again today. It's been nice to me lately. Because of some things I did to fix up my fans and so on. But let me see what I can do with this. Just a minute. And yeah, we'll hopefully get this back online in just a second. So yeah, lately I had found a way to address the audio issue, or at least mitigate it. Yep, should be back. By just running my fans at full blast before I even start streaming. But sometimes there are still some intermittent issues, so let's not boo this by mistake or anything. Let's get back into it. Yeah, I have to ride it down to the bottom. That's going to be the way. So hopefully the audio actually sticks. Thank you for alerting me to that. Always good to have some independent confirmation that things are not going well. Okay. Now the actual margins when it comes to timing are fairly generous. I think that's one of the things that really does keep the difficulty of these levels under control is that they do accommodate a number of different jump heights. You aren't often forced to do strictly a full jump or controlled jump. You actually do have some room to adjust. And I think that's something that's very consistently a part of the game feel of a lot of these levels. But anyway, here we are. Missed that coin. That's okay, we'll get it on this pass. And we are through. It's going to be checkpoint 1. Switch is going to be normalized back to off. Going a bit low there. I do need to get onto platform, tap the switch, and then get on the other shell before the platform completely drops. So, have to be fairly swift with some of this. There we go. Very nice. Losing a bit of momentum there as I went under the piranha plants. Okay, a bit of a weird position there, landing a little far to the left. Okay, here we go. First successful attempt through a lot of this stuff went fairly well, though. Okay, need to duck under that. I was still kind of preparing for eventually getting over to the next shell, but sometimes I do think a little too far ahead of the obstacle that I'm negotiating currently, so let's just get back into it. Landing a bit to the right in that one is not going to be a problem, it's actually going to help. Not on that one, though. But yeah, I like the amount of room for error there is when it comes to adjusting horizontally in midair. There's actually quite a lot of opportunity to fix up your angle as you land somewhere lower. And not that I always do it successfully, but it helps to know that corrections are in fact possible if you have a takeoff timing that's a little bit weird. I have no idea about the titling scheme for a lot of these levels, by the way. This one is called Ohms. Sometimes I think they are some kind of series of musical references, many of them. Yeah, just a bit of late reaction timing there. Looking at that POW as well, the POW is just going to kill this shell, so... there is going to be a particular interaction there that I haven't quite thought about carefully yet, but we'll worry about it when we get there. Yeah, actually not too bad at all for something that is sub 1%, at least from what I've seen so far. I mean, I say that while taking a fairly frequent number of deaths, but... I mean, there are certain levels or makers where, as I often say, their clear rates seem harder for me to deal with than they are for other people, as in, like, I feel like I underperform the clear rates, and there are some other ones where I feel like I tend to outperform their clear rates. Buflen is one that I actually tend to outperform, I think. In that, something like a sub 1% level from Buflen I can very often take down in, say, 15 to 20 minutes. Whereas some other levels that are above 1% by some other makers, depending on the style, I have much more trouble with. A lot of the kind of music auto-scroller levels in particular, like the ones by Death to Spies or a composer, or like you basically know the style, those ones for some reason I struggle with relative to what the clear rates tell me I should be doing, or how I should be doing. Okay. And yeah, that's the ending tag already, so we're going to be through this in no time. I think to a certain extent that Buflen's clear rates are deflated by his sheer popularity as a maker. That he'll get a lot of attention from players who normally don't really play super expert, but... you know, there's going to be a certain category of players where Buflen is literally the only super expert maker they'll touch, maybe. Man, for you, the hardest levels are traditional levels. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. I'm trying to think of some kind of counter-example to that, but no, I actually completely believe you when you say that. Because it's very easy to look at that and say, oh, well, what about something like puzzles? And then I remembered that you actually solved the bird dog flying POW puzzle really quickly when I've been kind of staring at that thing on and off for weeks. And likely missing something really obvious. But, yeah, I tend to do comparatively well in levels that give me a lot of freedom to adjust. When things are much stricter about following markers or instructions or, you know, specific spacings, then I tend to have a lot more trouble. Okay, I do need a little bit of a dash off the last shell. You can't really just do a straight jump off of it. Yeah, Supernova, I can't handle precision really much at all. And to be fair, you watched a lot of me staring at it. Yeah, okay. I guess that's a bit of a handicap. Well, I'm glad that was helpful. And that's progress that it was showing off. Wasn't just completely a dead end. Yeah, Supernova, there definitely are a set of techniques that good precision players know in terms of how to make decent adjustments that, you know, correct the pixel spacing or whatever. I don't know what those techniques are And frankly, I don't enjoy precision levels enough to learn that. Like, I don't particularly feel like working on that. Because, you know, for me, a lot of them kind of seem like a total roll of the dice when it comes to whether one attempt is going to go. But there definitely is a skill curve to it, such that people who are dedicated team precision players know what they have to do to negotiate certain hitboxes, or make certain corrections to how they're doing. And I can see why that would have a certain appeal. Well, no, not really, I can't. But it's definitely not something I particularly care to work on as a player, whereas some things are definitely acquired taste in this game, and in ways where sometimes you play a good level that really sells the concept, and you realize, okay, I can see why this is potentially fun. I think it took me some time to adjust to that when it came to shell levels, for instance, which I'm still not particularly skilled at. But again, like, I've played some good shell levels now, and I kind of understand why they're fun for people. Same with troll levels, for that matter, where, like, a good troll level that really knows what it's doing can do a lot of work to sell the concept of a troll level generally. Hanging Lord, welcome. And Supernova, you played one that required you to jump super specifically off of a bully. Yeah, that's definitely something that, if you haven't specifically practiced it, it is going to feel effectively random. And I know that because I've seen how many people die at a particular spot in my own bully level. I think it's mostly pretty generous. It's like one spot after checkpoint 2 in that level that gets a lot of people into trouble. The part where you have to jump on top of a bully and then do a cat swipe. I had no idea that people would actually struggle that much with it, but there's just enough chaos that can be caused by bouncing off a bully that, you know, it just turned out to be one of those things that people have trouble with. And that's something that you kind of learn as a player or a maker by seeing a lot of playtesting on top of whatever you've practiced with your own hands. Okay. Still thinking ahead to that pipe at the end here. Vertical pipe entries, of course, being another very finicky thing in this game. Whoops. Man, it's kind of surprising that when I first released it, you would have given up on it there, because, I mean, I know how well you do, generally, with things that are bouncy. Much better than most players. Maybe that's something that has just developed over time, but it's like every time I see a Meng speed record on something, I just know that I'm probably in for something either bouncy or involving, like, thwomp momentum or something like that. And yeah, Meng, I actually really did enjoy the comment art that you left on it. I did notice that. Whoops. And obviously, the general level of mechanics knowledge among the player base that's still remaining in this game is in better shape than it was in 2019, say. I think it is, anyway. At least from the very limited sampling I see on Twitch. I guess there are some people who are still, to this day, really uncomfortable in 3D World, which strikes me as a bit odd. I mean, especially if you're a streamer, you would think that you would have seen a lot of 3D World levels by now. Okay, here we go. Didn't struggle on the Hadron Collider level, yeah. Nintendo seems to have struggled with that concept, though. Okay. Once again, just need to clean up that landing as well as leave myself enough space to get momentum up to the pipe. That actually felt like I was going a little bit early off of the second last shell because I nearly got hit, actually, by the last shell on the way down. Yeah, as far as Nintendo goes, I mean, I think one of the big problems is simply that there is no real line of communication or appeal. And that's partly because, you know, they're in Japan and that the people who work in the regional offices in Nintendo of America or Europe just don't seem to have a lot of authorization, I guess, to really communicate with players who independently form communities in the game. I mean, it's a long-standing issue they've had, I think, with some of the competitive titles, for sure, like Smash and Splatoon and so on. Mario Maker momentum is like wind in that even when you turn back or stop, it continues until you land on the ground. I don't know if you're talking about desert wind in Mario Maker or just real-world wind. But I guess that works either way, so thank you for the GGs. It took me a bit of time, but we'll just continue and see how else we can do. Here's the bending. Best kept secret, apparently. This is going to be 0.8%, very similar to the last one. Like I was saying, I think a lot of Buflen's clear rates are probably just deflated by popularity. But we'll see how this one goes. Well, I mean, the track certainly bends. I guess that's where the bending is coming from. If you look at the thumbnail. Yeah, Meng, as far as wind in real life goes, I've certainly heard that rumor from time to time. I mean, what else would the wind in Mario Maker be based on, right? In the same way that low gravity mechanics are based on real-world low gravity, where, you know, enemies get to swim and you don't. Or vice versa. Not to mention all of the levels in the Upside Down theme, which I think are probably an accurate representation of what I hear goes on down in Australia. Where even the toilets swirl the wrong way. The other way, I should say. Whoops. I am clearly supposed to land on that. I think I need to land on it a little bit higher. Higher and to the left. Let's not go that early. Now, spawn timings here are all going to be consistent from the auto-scroll. I think that will include the cannonball firing, so... no, I needed to go over, obviously. Needed to watch the end of that track. You always thought that was annoying. Supernova, what part did you think that was annoying? That there is wind in real life, or are you talking about something else? Okay. Okay, let's remember to go up. It's a very sudden turnaround there. Okay, let's get over here. I mean, if your enemies are able to swim, but not you, I guess that's a clear sign that you shouldn't be making enemies out of the mer people. Auto-scroll actually picks up quite a bit there, if you look at the speed, so you need to adjust for that. I think the thing about custom scroll is that when you do have changes in speed, they can be pretty difficult to signal. And there's a bit of custom scrolling that adjusts for height here too, I think. It's funny because I rarely ever see custom scroll used in an actual platforming context, it seems. I am supposed to make that cannonball, I clearly can. Because custom scroll is so powerful when it comes to camera control for various gimmicks or puzzles or other kinds of scroll stop mechanism design, that just to see like a platformer that has a bit of changing auto scroll speed or up and down motion in a very standard way is, in a Maker context, not really that standard, at least from the levels I've played. I don't know that auto-scroll is actually based on the inevitability of time moving forward. I'd say it's actually more the inevitability of space moving forward, if that makes any sense. Okay. I should be able to make this one. There we go. Not enough momentum there. I should have been watching. Nature documentaries about the real-world inspirations from Mario Maker mechanics. Not such a bad idea. You know, in the early months of the pandemic last year, back when Animal Crossing first came out, one of my favorite streams to watch on Twitch was the one that was run by the Monterey Bay Aquarium in Monterey, California, which I've been to in real life a couple of times and is really just one of my favorite places in some ways. It's just a wonderful aquarium. And they were doing kind of documentary episodes where they would walk through the Animal Crossing Museum and have people who are experts on the fish and the bugs, and also a guest from the Field Museum in Chicago to talk about the dinosaurs. Another favorite museum of mine. And it was just the most riveting thing, you know, in terms of public communication about natural history. Okay. Yeah, Mang, you know all about the space-time lore, so surely you're already aware of the real-life inspiration for the notorious black hole glitch. I'll give you a hint, it's formed by a supernova. Okay, down we go. And okay. Kind of too bad things with the black hole glitches get nuked, because it would be very much on brand for supernova to be making a black hole level. Oops. Okay, let's fix that. Okay. Sometimes just need to get some of those deaths on the first jump out of the way. You know, just to even the score a little bit. Everything is a warm-up until it's not. Not enough forward momentum there. I do need to build up a bit of a run. Okay. In more ways than one, I'm trying to figure out which remark you were talking about there. Because that seems like the kind of thing you could tag at the end of several sentences. I have to think back to what I'm actually saying sometimes on the stream. I wonder if there's actually some kind of dialogue with the chat. I have to step back a moment and ask myself, what did I just say? What on earth have I invited into the conversation here? Okay. Yeah, it feels like I'm a little bit behind pace here, but... My second gaming, welcome. It's not a super world. I have played Buflen Super World before, last year on the stream. I'm just catching up on a lot of his individual levels, which I haven't caught up on since last August in terms of upload dates. So it's been a while. I mean, he used to make these a lot faster than I was able to play them, and so it was kind of a fruitless effort to try to catch up at all. But he's been off for a couple of months now, and so I'm finally able to actually make my way through the more recent creations in the list from last August to November. Okay. And yeah, West Second Gaming, I hope you've been doing well. I know you were running a trivia night or some kind of quiz game over on your stream today. And there we go. And yeah, this is very much a catch-up stream. It was What the Dub? Oh, a dirty TTS game with viewers. Okay, I see. I don't think I've heard of it. Or at least I had not heard of it until you were running it. But... here we go. Yeah, it seems like I'd noticed that you've been trying out a different rotation of party games lately with some viewer interaction to it, so certainly hope that's been working out and that people have been enjoying that. But yeah, at some point I should bring in something that would have a bit of viewer participation or competition on this stream as well, but I'm not sure what would be a good fit just yet. That's okay, I mean, we've got more than enough content to get through in the meantime, so... Okay, let's get up here. And Melon Ride evening as well. For those who actually do regard this as their evening, as opposed to their morning or something completely different. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Let's land a bit more accurately. That would be very helpful. Yeah, just had some issues cutting momentum on the final switch in this zone. Okay. It is zigzagging. Very satisfying 50 coin, actually. And forward. Okay. Let's see what we're doing here. It's going to be same idea as before, just with some better momentum control if I can manage it. I can afford to have a shorter bounce there, I think, just to save a bit on time. Nope. Still having some issues, overshooting. I think I do need to correct just before I land, but then I think my timing getting over there in the first place is maybe a little bit behind. So, we'll have to get back there and fix that. Yeah, definitely one thing that took me a long time to pick up on with Mario Maker is just how much your facing direction actually matters when you bounce on things. And here we go. Because I do have a tendency to be kind of self-correcting in midair all the time, because, you know, traditionally speaking, that's one thing that platformers do teach you to do, is just to do a lot of little adjustments. And then you play Mario Maker, and there are all these places where you really need to have a firm commitment one way or another when it comes to whether to go full blast ahead or cut momentum strategically at a perfectly timed location, so. Anyway, these are just little things you learn about the engine, which may or may not be useful in non-Maker platformers someday. Yeah, in general, I think I just need to go faster on the last platform. Because if I land on that final cannonball when it's just a little further to the left than what I've been taking, that might solve the momentum problem by itself. Just need a very snappy jump there. Okay, here we are. And yeah. Nothing is particularly concerning on a sort of obstacle by obstacle basis. It's more that you just have to be very consistent about your momentum control. And some spots are definitely getting a bit better. Again, going a little too slowly there. I can tell that my reaction time when I land on that high platform right before the end is maybe not where it should be. Okay, down we go. And okay, 50 coin. Yeah, shorter jump there is going to be okay, as I keep telling myself and forgetting. What are my favorite non-Mario platformers? Good question. In recent memory, I'm a really big fan of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. I mean, I like a lot of DKC in general, but Tropical Freeze was one that I think has really continued to improve with age, and with further replays, it's one where the deeper you get into it, the better it gets. And is kind of a lesson in a lot of platformer design in itself, in that it's really rewarding to play both fast and slow, especially fast, but it's just incredibly flexible in terms of pacing, depending on how comfortable you are with the momentum mechanics. And the level design, of course, has this natural spectacle to it that is very well thought out, especially when you play the thing on hard mode without checkpoints, that you kind of see how every level kind of has its own almost musical sequence of development, where, you know, it introduces mechanics like thematic ideas and strings them together and mixes and matches in various ways. Got a lot of other favorites as well, so. Funky Mode was really interesting. I had already played the game originally on Wii U, but I did actually pick it up on the Switch. It's one of the very few things I've ever bought on two platforms, because I just love having that game available wherever. And I remember playing Funky Mode and thinking, like, this is the mode where I get to pretend to be a speedrunner. Because you can just, you know, go full blast through everything and just do everything as fast as possible and bounce on everything in your way, and yet have the margin of error to take a few hits and not be perfect. So I kind of think of Funky Mode as the feel like a speedrunner mode for people who are not really speedrunners. But it's incredible when you watch the speed clears of Tropical Freeze, like even from the leaderboards within the game, just how perfectly spaced everything is to accommodate speedrunning. That in every single level, there are things that are placed specifically to keep momentum going. And yeah, Meg, I know you've talked up Roboblast 2 quite a bit before. But yeah, non-Mario platformers, I mean, I actually replayed all of Yoshi's Island to 100% last year, and it's a really substantial experience. I always like to talk about Yoshi's Woolly World, in fact, because I think it's one game that doesn't get enough credit for how well designed it actually is, because, you know, every Yoshi game kind of has this issue of being perpetually in the shadow of Yoshi's Island, and then Woolly World comes along and it's actually really interesting. There's a lot going on there in terms of game design that people don't talk about for whatever reason. I think it's kind of overlooked. I mean, partly just from being a late release onto Wii U, of course. Have I played Yoshi's Island DS? I actually haven't. I remember when it first came out and I missed it for some reason. And I know Yoshi's Island DS is the one that has the multiple playable baby characters, like Baby Peach and Baby Kong and so on. But also with the, you know, the dual screen verticality to it. I don't remember why it was I never caught up on it, because I was already like really sort of interested in more Yoshi's Island at that stage. But yeah, among relatively recent games, I tend to talk on quite a bit about Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which I actually want to go back to on stream. Because as I've mentioned a couple times before, it was actually one of the first games I ever streamed. Because I just wanted to get a video of my clear of the final level, but I haven't really quite done the true 100% completion in it yet, which is a substantial difficulty spike. And yeah, I should probably catch up on Yoshi's Island DS at some point. Whoops. It's sort of interesting to go back to Yoshi's Island, like the original Yoshi's Island, and see how every level was actually kind of treated as an adventure in itself and a sequence of often unconnected concepts that's even in levels that have a very specific memorable concept to them, like, I don't know, touch fuzzy, get dizzy, or something like that, that Yoshi's Island actually switches gears quite a lot more often than people would expect now that, you know, it's been kind of the norm to think about levels as having a very specific concept or gimmick to them. In the way that either, say, Retro Era DKC or New Super Mario Bros. Does. Many other recent platformers as well, and also just a great deal of Mario Maker, that there's this sort of expectation, almost, that levels have a central concept. And it's kind of interesting to go back to Yoshi's Island and see how it really didn't feel like it had any particular obligation to follow any unwritten rules like that. It would just kind of string concepts together as it wanted. Just to have this sequential adventure over a long scale. I have heard of Typo Man, actually, Wes Egan. And as something that's kind of a word-related game, it did catch my attention. There was some other reason I never wound up catching up on it. But I remember noticing when it was released on the Wii U originally. I'm sure there's a Switch port. Like most of the indie games that wound up on Wii U. But yeah, obviously things that have a word game element to them tend to catch my attention. Okay, nice short bounces there, tend to work out. Let's not miss. That's a really easy miss. I love that death marker on the top corner, too, by somebody who clearly tried to jump over the spikes for whatever reason. Okay. Here we go. Down, and there we go. And down. And we're going to miss the up pipe again. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of side-scrollers I like that aren't really necessarily what you'd think of as platformers in a Mario sense, although they clearly do involve some platforming. You know, a lot of the Metroid-style games like Hollow Knight. Cuphead I found really interesting in that, like, the Cuphead, you've got this game that's sort of 80% bosses and 20% platforming, and I actually found the platforming to be one of the weaker elements of the game, where you can tell it was a bit of an afterthought and a concession to people who were expecting a platformer and didn't know why they were getting a game that was all boss battles. But the strength in the game is clearly in multi-phase bosses. Where when I played Cuphead, I thought it was just the closest thing in some ways I had seen to the multi-phase thinking about bosses that you have in something like, say, World of Warcraft, for instance. Where it's like the closest thing to a single-player equivalent of a raid in terms of how you learn to think about positions and getting from one phase to the next and safe zones and so on. Like, I think psychologically it was tapping into that same space. And of course, I always just had a natural affinity for Cuphead as well, because I was somebody who substantially grew up on a lot of 30s and 40s animation. So, more 1940s. I mean, Cuphead is more based on 1930s style designs, and there is kind of a noticeable difference if you know about some of the finer points of how character animation evolved in that era. But in any case, it was something that I found very naturally appealing. Yeah, Meng, I actually didn't get that far into Limbo. I got Limbo off of a bundle or Steam sale or something about a decade ago. And then recently I actually tried it again, even just a few weeks ago. I loaded it up for the first time in about a decade. Just to actually test some stuff with my controller setup on my PC. I never really got into it, even as somebody who likes platforming puzzles and such, but... And I don't know what it was specifically. I think that it was maybe a little bit trial and error oriented in some places in terms of having the design depend on surprising you with traps that you aren't really necessarily going to understand when seeing them in silhouette for the first time. So, I don't know. I know that, of course, it was originally releasing into an environment that just had very little going on in terms of 2D design, like around the late 2000s or thereabouts. And so I can see why it made a big impression to audiences back then. Oh, I know why I was poking around with it, actually. It's because I was sort of considering picking up Inside, which is by the same developers, as Wes Second just mentioned. Because Inside was recently on a pretty steep sale on the eShop. But that's... Anyway, here we go. I didn't actually end up picking it up. I just have too much going on in terms of backlog. I find that the mentality of just grabbing lots of games because they're on a steep sale is something that you do at one particular point in your life, and you just kind of learn from the experience of developing a huge backlog not to do it twice. And I kind of had that experience with, well, like a lot of people with, you know, Steam and Humble Bundle in the early 2010s. In terms of just how much backlog you would build all of a sudden. And then you realize it's not actually more cost efficient than just picking up games as you want to play them. In terms of like how many hours you're actually getting per dollar. I think it's kind of the same with a lot of the switch to subscription services as well, not only with games, but with, you know, a lot of content delivery services in general that, like, they're never as good a deal as you think they will be, because the seemingly endless supply of content just ends up being a restriction on itself just because of the time investment that is demanded of you. And it's increasingly true with the kind of balkanization of streaming services where so many media properties are just breaking off into their own subscriptions, right? Where the more crowded that space is, the less valuable each subscription becomes in terms of the share of your time that it can actually command. So, there we are. But yeah, like going through a bit of Limbo again, I realized that I had enough annoyances, I guess, with the design in Limbo that it kind of put me off picking up Inside in the short term. I mean, I know it's a very well-regarded game, and I'll probably get around to it someday, but it just kind of made me have some second thoughts about that approach to level design. I don't know how similar they are. I mean, you know, you can always have developers who really clean up their approach to design from one game to the next. Which was what I found about the Ori games, actually, speaking of platformers that I enjoyed a lot. Like Ori and the Will of the Wisp, which I think is actually on a record sale on the eShop this week, in fact. I think it's 50% off right now. I, of course, streamed it back in March, I want to say, and had a wonderful time with it, and thought it was substantially better than the first game, which you know, was a good game, but was a little derivative in some ways, and also had a few design annoyances in other spots. And you only played a demo of Ori. I don't know how much the demo covers. But yeah, I thought the second game was a pretty considerable improvement on the first, even though a lot of the things that it improves are ideas that are taken very directly from other games like Hollow Knight. Like the developers thought, okay, we need to rethink certain systems. How are we going to fix this? Oh, you know, Hollow Knight and other games like that had the right idea. Let's just borrow that. And magically, that actually didn't solve a lot of problems, design-wise. But yeah, no, the platforming is great too. I found that the original Ori had a bit of tension between the Metroid-style design and the platformer challenge design, and that in some ways the two of those didn't mesh very well. And I thought maybe conceptually they just seemed a little bit incompatible, but then the second game came along and I thought, okay, now they've proved that it can actually be done really well. The way I would like to put it is that the Ori games feel like they were designed by people who loved Metroid for the escape sequences. You know, whose favorite part was getting out of Mother Brain. But yeah, Cuphead, to go back to that, I found to be an extremely rewarding experience. I mean, it's one that does take time, but if you're accustomed to any kind of hard level grind in Super Mario Maker, I think you absolutely have the patience to see it through eventually. But yeah, there was definitely at least one boss that took me about 2 hours to learn, I think. It was Grim Matchstick. Part of that was because I kind of played that over several sessions. I was actually playing it while I was traveling, I remember. Yeah, it kind of takes some patience, but also takes, I think, just... I don't think it takes any more patience than something like a Kaizo level in this game, or anything similar. Because they are rather short experiences. Like, everything in Cuphead is tuned to sort of wind up in a 2 to 3 minute zone. Which is shorter than it feels, given how substantial each of the boss phases really are. But I should really bring that back on stream at some point. I mean, I think I might... I mean, I never played Cuphead on stream because I didn't have a capture card at the time, but of course I've been waiting for the DLC to come out, Delicious Last Course, and I feel like I'll probably have to relearn the game before I play that, and so... Okay, I think I need to get on the on-off switch substantially earlier, probably one cycle earlier when it comes to the cannons. Because I'm just not able to fall onto the platform fast enough, the timing that I'm currently using. Yeah, because I feel like I'm one cycle too late on the cannonballs. So, we'll see if I can fix that up. Whoops. And Meng, I guess you're talking about the trial and error design in Limbo? Yeah, it's... I think sometimes it depends on, you know, what actually motivates a player to go forward versus what deters them. And of course it also depends on your taste for the character death. I find that, you know, I am not particularly squeamish about things like gore in games, but I actually don't tend to like really gory character deaths. You know, and stuff like, it's one of the reasons why I never really clicked with Resident Evil or Tomb Raider or any of that stuff. That they have the same kind of approach where they think that by having like a really violent player death, that they'll just kind of encourage you to do better next time to avoid the violence, or perhaps entertain you too if you're really into that kind of thing. But to me, that kind of design when it comes to games that are about, you know, passing or failing a particular obstacle, as opposed to, say, something like Mortal Kombat, like there's a real psychological difference, I think, between like tons and tons of gore in Mortal Kombat versus tons and tons of gore in Resident Evil, Tomb Raider, Limbo, that kind of thing. Where I find that it actually kind of discourages me from continuing, because I am the kind of player who likes to poke around and experiment. And when I see that, it's like I'm being discouraged from experimentation, right? That, you know, I like to just kind of poke around a level and try different things, as you all know from watching me play Mario Maker. And so if my reward for doing that is to see my character die in even more horrific ways, like I find that it's kind of wears my patience a little thin. Like I said, it's not really even necessarily about the violence, it's more that I guess I don't really respond well to the incentive or disincentive system that is being set up by that. I don't know what it is. It's something I've thought about, definitely, because it was one thing that I also found a bit off-putting about Limbo. Okay, much better timing that time. I don't know why that was so much smoother. Because I was being outpaced by the falling platform pretty much on all of the other attempts, and... Anyway. Here's a Phoenix in Flames. It burns as bright as the sun. This one has about a 30-second world record and a 0.9 clear rate, so we'll see how we do. Thank you for the GGs. As far as Cuphead DLC goes, yeah, the developers, I mean, you know, their approach to design is naturally very labor-intensive. They also had a bit of a pandemic-related delay. I remember how much of the Switch port of Cuphead was delayed, in fact. And maybe even the original release as well. The original release, I think, was originally slated for about 2015, and that was also bumped back 2 years. And a DLC is sort of estimated to be about a third of the size of the main game, and, you know, scope creep does happen, and things become bigger than intended. Okay, a little bit slow there, losing a bit of time on some of the jumps. And West Second, thank you so much for coming by. Enjoy Club Mario as well as all the quizzing. Yeah, I hope to catch you on your end soon as well. Whoops. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about just how different players respond to feedback mechanisms for learning mechanics. Because by the sound of it, man, it certainly sounds like Limbo was just a very good fit for how you like to progress through a platformer. And... whoops. Okay. Not quite. Just missing the switch there. Okay. Here we go. But yeah, I guess my general attitude to things like puzzle design go back to... I think I've talked about this before, but there's this sort of difference in puzzle design philosophy that goes back to things like the transition from text adventures to graphic adventures back in the 1980s, where you have the Sierra and LucasArts schools of design. Where a lot of that LucasArts identity in games like The Secret of Monkey Island, Day of the Tentacle, etc., was kind of built on trying to design in ways that don't involve death as a failure mode for not being able to solve a puzzle. That it would be thinking about ways to avoid using death as such a crutch in puzzle design, such that, you know, in The Secret of Monkey Island, there's literally only one way to die in the game, and it involves deliberately drowning yourself by staying underwater for like 10 minutes. And it's kind of a secret Easter egg death, right? That is just in there as a kind of joke. Now, of course, the reality is that a lot of people who don't have the patience for the kind of puzzle design that is about getting stuck rather than resetting your progress, that a lot of people will just wind up looking up solutions anyway. And that's okay. That's just going to come as a result of that happening. Now, the interesting thing about Mario Maker is that when you see puzzles designed like that, with a lot of soft resets and kind of non-death related failure states, is that because it's Maker content, usually you don't have some kind of external guide. You don't have some kind of hint line that you can call, or solution that you can look up on the outside, and so some of the puzzles in this game can be a very pure experience that way. But again, it's just kind of a difference in design philosophy in terms of how to teach a player puzzle mechanics. So yeah, that's sort of an interesting perspective on Limbo, that you sometimes might just need that kind of approach to present how certain interactions are going to work in advance. Anyway, let's get up here. Yeah, losing a bit of time there, I can tell. I should slide here. That's the thing I'm missing. That's what the down arrow is, in fact, telling me to do. I had done it successfully on a previous attempt. I have, in fact, had to do that in a lot of other levels before. So, I should know that. Okay. Yeah, I came in quite low on Divine and actually almost recovered there. But by now I should learn to expect that after hitting the on-off switch I do wind up on a blue block. For some reason that does keep catching me by surprise. For no good reason whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, not enough momentum off of that block. It's going to be on the Buzzy and then onto the next Buzzy that comes out of the blaster. I follow the coin indications. One thing I really respect about Buflen's levels, as you might expect, is that they're designed in such a way that they require minimal indication. Like, it's very sparse, barely even any coin trails or anything, but just enough to give you a couple landmarks to work with. But it's usually because the spaces for jumping around are open enough that, like, there's just a lot of visibility everywhere. I mean, there's the down marker there for the slide, because I think a lot of people who don't necessarily know about how different your momentum can be with a slide might wind up in a situation where they don't think of doing that. But... And hey, Nugu Kaza, welcome. Okay. Here we go. Whoops. But yes, definitely something I kind of pay attention to is how to get away with as little indication as possible, so things are just maximally visible. And also just more aesthetically pleasing to look at when you don't have tracks everywhere. Ah, it's going to be off a bullet, yeah. I don't know why I thought it was going to be off a second Buzzy, probably because I didn't pay attention to how the first Buzzy was actually just directly placed in the editor. Netcat, welcome. Okay. Netcat, I don't actually have a scratch command. I guess maybe Netcat, that has something to do with that game, that sort of meta game that has all those player icons on the bottom of your stream doing their own little RPG exercise as they watch. But you finally clear checked the infinite CP level. Ah, yeah, the one that has the circling in the beginning. Yeah, I was actually wondering if you had re-uploaded that, because I checked your profile last week, because when I was doing my unfinished business stream to see if it had come up. And at that time it hadn't, so I'll have to schedule that on at some point, and of course you're quite welcome to submit it as well. But as something that will take longer, I expect that I will probably have to clear it properly on a non-viewer level day like this one. And I've been trying to do more sort of unfinished level streams lately as well, just to catch up on some of the longer ones I've seen. But anyway, glad the clear check on that seemed to work out. Okay, cutting too much of a corner there. And yeah, I mean, Nugukaza, you know where to find me. I'm planning to run tomorrow and the day after, as usual, so... Yeah, Netcat, it's been a while since I've caught up on these. I haven't played Buflen levels this year, actually. Because the last time I played them would have been before I went on a hiatus. And in that sense, I'm actually kind of glad Buflen slowed down and decided to take a break for now. Because otherwise I would have absolutely no chance of catching up. I mean, Mang works too fast for me as well, but Mang comes by and submits every week, so I actually have a shot of playing stuff. Whoops. Yeah, I was going directly for the coins that time, but maybe a little too directly. Once again, just cutting too many corners there. Okay. Yeah, just cut a little too much momentum off the first Goomba. So yeah, Netcat, hope the levels are treating you well over on your side. Oops. It's kind of interesting that so many of these levels have spike ceilings, often out of range of anything you can actually do to jump, but partly to scare you into controlled jumps in many places, I think. Like, there are a lot of places where full jumps are going to do okay, even under the ceiling, but... whoops. Let's actually hit the switch. I mean, in certain places, like the drop at the end there, right by the on-off switch, they actually do constrict some space, but mostly I think they're there to just kind of scare you into doing controlled jumps everywhere. And this is not the only level that does it. We've seen a few of these. Okay. Okay, here we go. And down. Oh, okay. No, I completely misread that. I didn't even look at the axe. So the idea is to hit the POW and then you can land safely after that. Depending on the lava level, of course. I was going forward and I just didn't even notice the axe. I was looking at the fortress like it was actually going to provide me with a door or something, so... That was just a misread. And that cat, you're thinking of dropping the clear rate requirement completely. Well, I mean, given that people don't obey it anyway. Yeah, when I see a Mang level that's north of 2%, like if it's something like 5 to 10% or something, I start to think that there's probably going to be some kind of major reset in it, like it's a vertical climb or something like that snowball level. That's not the Christmas one, but the 3D World snowball level that had a lot of reset potential attached to it. Okay, here we go. Alright, need to work on that a bit. That's always the spot where I feel like I'm going to be too late, and it looks like the artwork has the lava overlapping with my feet almost. But yeah, I just need to be fairly nimble with all this. Yeah, right there, that spot. Always looks like I'm too low. Okay. No, cut that jump a little too much. Yeah, that cat, I guess it depends on whether there's anything specific that you know you absolutely don't want to play. I mean, there are a lot of streamers who say no trolls, for instance, and I think troll makers actually do generally respect that. Partly because they know that submitting troll levels to somebody who really doesn't want to see a troll isn't going to give them a useful playtest anyway. Assuming that they're the kind of troll makers who are actually looking for a playtest and not just looking to annoy the streamer, which sometimes happens, but if they're the kind of people who are trying to annoy the streamer, it's likely they're not really making good troll levels anyway. You can always tell who the good troll makers are from just how seriously they actually take wanting a playtest to be a playtest. But here we are. You get bored if you only play one type of level. Yeah, I think that's probably true. I mean, I don't think I've run into that problem simply because I play enough variety and get sent enough variety anyway. But it definitely helps to have something like a puzzle day set aside now to have a change of pace. And then do more platforming-oriented content on this day. But yeah, I wouldn't just want to be playing like Buflen style or Jamp style levels all the time, right? Like, that is something that would get old. Okay, not quite record. About a second and a half behind a record, in fact, but that worked out. Nice spacing, actually, with that final skull drop and the POW at the very end. Thank you for the GGs. Let's take a look at transatlanticism. The Atlantic was born today, and I'll tell you how. Okay, got about a 1 minute clear on this, but also 1%, so let's see how it goes. It's going to be auto-scroll in the sky, yet again. And man, yeah, I love how overjoyed the Morpha cat there is about the GGs. Just absolutely euphoric. And yeah, Melonrind or Gilmore, there definitely is some kind of audience for it. I just don't understand it either. But in general, I just find it difficult to get into the mindset of actually enjoying precision stuff. And Electritude, welcome. With some exceptions, of course. I actually have found that I don't mind some of the P-balloon precision stuff that Nugukaza sends me, for instance, just because as the P-balloon, like, it seems easier to understand certain techniques in terms of positioning yourself to actually get through certain tiles. I mean, not that I've actually beaten much in the way of precision there either, but it seems like you have a bit more flexibility in terms of what you're actually doing to move Mario around and dodge things. Like, it has a much higher potential for actual level design, is what I'm saying. Electritude is going well. I think we've gotten 3 clears so far this stream, I think. I was about over a dozen levels behind in Buflen's list, so I don't think I'll necessarily do it all today, because I've been catching up on the ones published since August, since that's how far I made it in the backlog streams I was doing last year. This is the first time I played Buflen levels all year, as I've been saying. I haven't touched them since before my hiatus last October. And so it was very convenient for me that he actually slowed down and hasn't published a new level in some time. Okay, I need to actually land on that before I do the turnaround. Yeah, I don't know enough about how precision worked in Mario Maker 1 to understand how different the hitboxes were back then. But here we are. But it's one of those things where, you know, I don't know enough about the technique involved in terms of making small spacing adjustments for, you know, pixel spacing and precision levels to actually do them in any kind of systematic fashion. And so, for me, a lot of them just kind of feel like trial and error, because I just don't have the skill set to improve at them. I mean, there clearly is a way to get better as a precision player, and first of all, I don't know it, and secondly, I'm just not that interested in it. So. I mean, this is a stream where I, you know, make up for sloppy playing by just talking about level design. I think part of the issue, too, at Precision is that there isn't much for me to talk about. Okay, short bounces all over the place there because we are, of course, just hitting the buzzies. I don't know why that threw me off. Oh, because we've been jumping on flying buzzies the whole time, and I think switching gears to the grounded buzzies again was something that momentarily threw me off in a way that it was clearly designed to do. I do love a lot of the spacing, though. Supposedly, Trump jumps are not allowed in Team Precision. Okay. Yeah, even Team Precision has standards. You see, I'm kind of in an unfortunate position where a lot of the things that people complain about seeing in this game, I don't actually see very often. Like, you're telling me that you get consecutive Trump jump levels from time to time. I don't think I've been sent one of those. And that's not an invitation, of course. But I think everybody who actually is here knows better than to send something like that. But, you know, the stuff that people complain about if they mostly play off the top lists, for instance, like the refreshing level spam and such. I never actually saw that firsthand. But, like, okay, stuff like the 20-second speedrun spam, that I saw a lot of. But even when I'm playing viewer levels, I get those rarely enough that even when I do get them, like, I don't mind them so much. And because it's not like they're dominating my list, right? Like the way they would for somebody who doesn't have any kind of independent source of level searching. Oh, I see a Mang is scheming again. Mang, if you're going to make a Trump jump level, at least make it a Baby Shark music level while you're at it. I think you still owe me that, or... I mean, you don't owe me that, but I'm saying you still kind of made that threat a little while ago, and you haven't made good yet on the threat. So... if you're going to take all the level design taboos on this stream as a guide or a prompt, might as well fold a whole bunch of them together, just for efficiency. Okay, that's gonna work out pretty well. You wish more people made Metroidvania levels? Yeah, that's exactly why I was actually showcasing a Metroidvania specialist a few weeks ago. It's something I actually do miss quite a lot about Maker 1. It's really odd to me that we saw more Metroid levels back in the days when we had no key doors and no checkpoints. And we have so many more mechanics to work with now in terms of power-up progression. Although I guess we did lose the mystery mushroom in terms of having, you know, the specific mechanic it brought to the table, which was being able to break things with your head while being one tile high. But other than that, we've just had tons of new item progression tools to work with. With the bone shell and spiny hat and all the different combinations you can create with that. And yet, we actually don't see much Metroid design at all, and I do find that to be a shame. And I think a lot of it is simply because of the meta, especially in terms of viewer levels on Twitch, just standardized way too early in this game. I think it is one of the issues I have with the way the Maker 2 community came together, was that, you know, people went into it with a lot of preconceived rules and principles and time limits and things like that. I don't think that was so good for the health of the game in some ways. In that it meant a lot of level types fell out of favor. Like, I don't know if you've also played the Minibarf Prince of Persia level that was kind of tuned around being 90 minutes long. But that was sort of one level that really highlighted what you can do with that design and that kind of level scale, and showed off just how much I missed that about, you know, a lot of the ambition that was in place early on in Maker 1 before people really knew the engine and its rules well enough to do Metroid levels with a proper sense of polish. That, yeah, you know, back in early Maker 1, you would see spawning bugs all over the place and Of course, back then you'd have no scroll stop and no save points, etc. But there was a bit of a wilder sense of experimentation, I think, that has nothing to do with the game's inherent mechanics and are all about just the dynamics of the maker community that is bothering to explore its ambitions. And yeah, if you like Metroid-style levels, I think you would. And if you like that kind of scale of level design, I think you would like the Mini Barf Persia level a lot. It was definitely one that I found quite memorable. But yeah, I definitely think that a lot of the community dynamics in this game kind of worked against large-scale levels in terms of people having the patience to really play them through. And it's sort of interesting that, to my knowledge anyway, it hasn't really been established as a niche in its own right. Like, I seriously see more cryptanalysis escape rooms in this game than I see quasi-Metroidvanias. Like, as far as long levels go, you know, if people are designing things to be played over 2 or 3 hours, it's really odd to me that I honestly see more escape rooms. Watching guy, you thought it was supposed to be a badass gamer. No, not really. I make up for sloppy play with, I don't know, talking a lot about mechanics and making conversation, I guess. We try to squeeze some entertainment value out of this. And Advert, it's Buflen from back in August. He hasn't uploaded since November, and that hasn't changed. But I'm way behind because I haven't played any Buflen levels since last year. Like, the last time I played anything by him would have been, you know, last September or October or so. And I'm still catching up at that time and many levels behind, so... Advert, by the way, I did play your the first of the 3 Baba Is You levels that you were telling me about. I should proceed to the other ones at some point, but we did clear the first one. I spent a lot more time trying to execute the sequence of moves I had in mind rather than solving the puzzle. Solving it wasn't too bad. Timing the shells was something that I was much worse at than I expected. Okay. But yeah, I definitely mean to see the other ones at some point, especially with later ones having so few clears on them so far. The other ones have infinite checkpoints. Yeah, checkpoints were maybe not really the problem. Oh, maybe they were, but we'll see. I mean, I'll have to see what the concept is when I get around to those. So, much more techie? Yeah, that's alright. That sounds interesting, although I know that you said the last one in particular was kind of notoriously hard and only had maybe 2 clears on it? I don't know. It was some dismally low number in terms of people who actually stuck it through. I do have a bad habit of taking on harder and harder puzzles, and therefore clearing fewer and fewer of them, although on the recent puzzle streams I've been doing a lot better, I think, in terms of actually pushing through some stuff that had been sitting on my list, or sitting uncleared for a while. Okay, up we go. Where was this switch? Oh, okay, no, I need to stay on until the buzzy comes down. Yeah, I was wondering about reading that section. That was momentarily odd. Or maybe... okay, no, it's not going to be a double tap, although... I'm kind of looking at the on-off sequence there and wondering if it's something that can be shortcut with a double tap. Yeah, I believe I should just ride that middle big buzzy a little further up until the camera catches up with me. But that spot is a bit of a visibility issue, so I'm going to try to double tap here just to see the spacing. Okay, it doesn't quite work. It does block you. Okay, up we go. And up. Nope, more momentum off of that would be helpful. And yeah, as far as the standardization of Maker 2 goes, to go back to that, I think there were a couple of things in place. I mean, obviously, you know, in the early life of the game, I think everybody who was a veteran of Maker 1 kind of went in hoping that you'd just have a much better random selection on day one now that people actually know how to make stuff. And I think in some ways that was true. Like, if you think about how day one of Maker 1 was all auto and music levels with the occasional Mario Kart amiibo thing. And I mean, it was a bit of a horror show, but it was a very experimental horror show. And then you had all the people coming into Maker 2 saying, okay, we're going to do it right this time. We have people who know how to make levels. We're going to use the boo button. We're going to upvote all the right things, and, you know, everybody will have this nice, clean platformer experience. And while that was the case, I think it also meant that people were sort of policing a lot of rules about design very early on. And being very strict about certain things like checkpoint pacing, for instance. And wanting a lot of levels to be a specific length maximum. And moreover, telling a lot of newcomers to do that. Like, people kind of very forcefully telling new people your levels should be 15 minutes long, or shorter, or your level should only have 4 screens between every checkpoint, and stuff like that, right? Where, like, you can kind of see what the result they're going for is, but if you kind of have too much of that too early, it does stifle the range of creation you get a little bit. And of course, if you had a lot of disastrous design on day one, I mean, as somebody who doesn't play Endless, it just doesn't affect me at all, right? So I don't particularly care, but it seemed like there was definitely an effort to... Okay, there we go. That's the on-off switch. I just hadn't read how that was going to scroll up, so... But what was I saying? Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a double-edged sword where, you know, people craved a certain standard of quality as players as well as makers, and what they wound up in instead was having just a lot of 20-second speedrun spam. And it was, you know, precisely the kind of conditions that would create a strong incentive for people to be farming likes with 20-second speedrun spam. And that's a good point about a boo system as well, that, you know, you do have some people who boo very aggressively. And okay, up we go. It's been sort of interesting to see how the like and boost system has kind of been responsible for creating the multiplayer versus metagame, though. In a way that, like, some concepts are clearly not multiplayer suited, and people vote accordingly. And of course, you know, when you're Nintendo and you're designing a multiplayer versus system out of the box, you don't necessarily know which levels are going to be popular, which ones will become the ones that people like playing in multiplayer, and so it's definitely something community-driven to have gotten a result of people doing a lot of race concepts or fight for the key concepts or things like that. I mean, I don't really play much of that myself because I've just never had a reasonable multiplayer versus connection. I think it's always been a lag fest for me. But from watching it on streams, I find that that's kind of an interesting thing that has come out of the separate likes and boost system that was developed to accommodate versus. But yeah, as far as the sort of standard endless seating goes, it's definitely a good question. Like, you know, whether we consider it as a system that works or not. Like, does it actually get desirable results if it also has some negative impacts on the capacity of people to experiment? I don't know, though, that if people are really kind of experimentally minded makers, if they are particularly invested in likes and boos anyway. I can kind of see how if you get a level that's booed a lot and you just wind up getting stuck on very few plays and likes and just very little audience engagement, like, it can discourage people very quickly from doing more level design. Like, you can kind of see how people might crash out of the game if they feel like they worked really hard on something and nobody appreciates it. But at the same time, if you're designing like a certain scale of ambition, a lot of it is just for the inherent pleasure of the level design, right? Like, it's not really about the plays as much. I mean, it's always nice to be played. It's always nice to especially have players who are really engaged with this stuff, which is what I like about the Twitch scene and about viewer levels. But what I'm getting at is, you know, you have to wonder how much the presence of boos actually winds up affecting people on a large scale. Whether it actually does chase people or certain kinds of design out of the system. I think it's definitely had an effect on the way I think about things like checkpoints, for instance, that I feel like I do have to actively compromise with people who want heavier checkpointing, for instance, because their ability to play and to clear will depend quite heavily on that. Their willingness to do so. Let's not jump off so quickly. As far as you know, the boos are weighted more than likes. That's interesting. Yeah, there's definitely this effect where levels that get uploaded follow a certain curve. Where it looks like sometimes they can be on the verge of breaking out if they get a lot of likes early on, and then they either sink or they blow up, and there isn't really much of an in-between, because it just depends on how they do as soon as they hit the endless crowd. Okay. There we go. Through here at last. And that's it. Wasn't really that tricky, just very sloppy on my part at the very end. And yeah, that's sort of interesting, Advert, in terms of thinking about how an automated recommendation system would work in this game, because things like the category tags don't really have enough of a level of granularity, I think, to really power that sort of thing by itself. But if people have a very clear preference, for instance, for certain clear rates, I don't know, I don't think there's enough meta information on levels to really power a robust recommendation system. But then you can also see, like, based on makers that people have liked, for instance. So for instance, if you are a player who likes a lot of Buflen levels, but you also like a lot of levels by somebody else, let's say Gilmore, for instance, then you can kind of have a recommendation algorithm that picks up on that overlap in the player base and is able to send you to lesser known makers that appeal to the same audience. So I see what you're getting at. I'm just sort of thinking from a design perspective how that would work and how the current information that is exposed about levels in a game would actually be able to inform that. Yeah, because you would be drafting out information from the behavior of other players that seem to share your interests, right? If that's what you're getting at. I'd actually totally forgotten about the recommendations in Maker 1. Anyway, here's your new aesthetic. Thank you for the GGs, by the way. What comes easy never stays. Seems like we're progressing into a slightly easier zone. 30 seconds, 1.5. Let's see how it goes. This will be a clear condition level, hence the brevity. Reach the goal without taking damage. We'll see what that is actually constraining. Okay, so it just prevents you from crashing around it with a bullet. No, we need to land on that platform, obviously, drop into it gracefully, and hop all the way up. Yeah, so the challenge here will be to not anticipate the bounce too early, because that would just make you float. It was, in fact, the exact obstacle I had with playing as Peach in 3D World Champions Road, in fact, that... No, I have to grab the key and do the turnaround, obviously. What is this? Your new aesthetic. This concept actually seems familiar to me for some reason. I don't know if it was from another Buflen level or from something else. I mean, obviously there are a lot of bullet hat levels that work very similarly. But that key turnaround specifically seemed familiar. And I don't think it's because I'd played an early version of this. It's just that I played something that had an uncanny similarity to it. Okay, too early. Or rather, too far to the right, too late, I guess. Overshooting that. Oh, whoops. But yeah, the issue that I had when I was playing as Champions Road with Peach was that I would anticipate high bounces off a certain enemy much too soon. Oops. Didn't round that corner accurately. Okay, there's going to be a propeller switch later on. Maybe I did play an early version of this. It really seems familiar. Like the propeller switch in particular is looking familiar to me now, so... Okay, grab the propeller and then spin my way up. Down we go. And down. Yeah, just need to plan ahead for the drop timing there. Okay, a little bit too much dropping just from the positional adjustment near at the very end. Whoops. Now, To go back to the personal recommendations, though, I think that that would actually still depend on some kind of like system, though. In that, it might not be robust enough to just depend on, say, what like-minded players are playing, because they might be playing a lot of levels that they don't actually necessarily like themselves, right? Like if they're playing off top lists, or if they're just playing off fewer levels, or something else that would have a larger variety sent to them. It's not necessarily going to be a reflection of what they want to play. But anyway, that's sort of interesting to think about from a design perspective. Not that we'll get anything that good for Mario Maker 3. Whoops. But now to create a system where people will stop playing stuff they don't like without punishment. Psychologically, I'm not sure people necessarily do that anyway, though. Like, you see a lot of people stick through levels just almost out of spite. I mean, that's probably not true of an everyday player's experience. Maybe that's just the kind of thing that happens on Orator's stream or something, where like you'll just see somebody grind through something for 2 hours, or people who do, you know, super expert no skip, they'll just finish something for the purpose of challenging themselves to not skip. So I think you would still need some kind of active player input, like a like system, to really make that function well. Now, that is going to be a shot to the left, but then I need to think about that next shot to the right, how it's going to work. I think I'm a little too slow around that whole segment there. But yeah, definitely an interesting design problem. Okay, so it's going to be jump, shoot, and then land, and then jump and shoot again. I'm a little too slow to do that right now, but it clearly can be done. That's... I should be getting a landing before the shot to the right. And I see that now. But I'll need to get up on that platform much sooner. Yeah, drop quickly. Yeah, no, we can do it. Just out of reach. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I needed to plan that out a little differently. Probably grabbed a key with the first propeller, if I can. At least the auto-scroll does stop at that point. That does allow me to catch up a bit. Yeah, that's sort of interesting. I didn't know... I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't know that the Spotify recommendation algorithm depended so much on people sort of instantly skipping things that they didn't want to sit through. I mean, I guess that makes a lot of sense for music. That you wouldn't have a lot of people just auto-skip tracks that they're not into. I don't know, because I rarely am in a situation where I have to do that, because I don't tend to pull up random shuffle playlists or whatever. I just tend to listen to things all the way through my album, which might be uncommon. I think it's something that fits some genres more than others, for sure. Like, my particular habits on Spotify are probably absolutely no reflection of how people use the service en masse, so. In Endless, you could be given a choice between two levels constantly, with... Oh, with some of the preview information, I see. I think something like an enemy preview, though, runs into issues with things like contraptions. But I kind of know generally what you're getting at. Like, something that will sort of let people choose. To a certain extent, though, like if you see people who actually enjoy playing in Endless, it seems like a great deal of the appeal is that sense of randomness. And I'd also be concerned about the, you know, discoverability of new things that people don't necessarily know they'll like, but I guess that's what the purpose of developing some kind of robust recommendation system is, right? Like, is that they could be introduced to new conceptual intersections that other players just happen to like. But one thing, in terms of social features, like one thing that I've talked about before is something that I really hoped would make it into Maker 2, but didn't, is shareable playlist codes. Which is something else that's very familiar from music services like Spotify, that, you know, here we have the Superworld system, but with a Superworld you share your Maker code and you just have a list of your own levels. I always kind of wish that you could just have a playlist that could consist of a mix of your levels or other people's levels as a recommendation list or as a set of things that are very similar, where, you know, people are just looking for a particular style level or something like a collaborative project. This would be fantastic for collaborative projects, that you just punch in one code and you would pull up the list, and maybe there's some additional challenge that's tied to that, like setting your own life count the way that you would in a Superworld. Thank you so much, Mamuga, for the subscription. I guess you're enjoying the new Mexican regional pricing that you were telling me about. But yeah, really appreciate the support, regardless. And enjoy your emote privileges. And whoops. So, Mamuga, guess what? Well, I mean, my guess was that you're taking advantage of the new Mexican regional pricing, but if there's something else I should be guessing, you just let me know. Cheaper sub? Exactly. Well, I'm glad you found this sub worthy of that distinction. This channel, rather. Whoops, I just completely missed that last propeller. Everything was fine there, and then I just missed. Okay, down we go. And back up. Nope, accidentally spammed that twice too early. Yeah, my timing when I grab the propeller to the left of the coin Z is not quite right. Like, I always feel like I'm going to be getting that input a little too early for the propeller, and I do have a bad habit of double tapping sometimes when I'm not sure, and that does get you into trouble because of the 3 activation budget that you have on that item. Whoops. But yeah, advert, that is kind of an interesting idea. I mean, you know, if you are given a choice, you wind up picking a level that you really don't have a good time with, well, first of all, that's your own fault, and secondly, the fact that you don't like it is something that informs the algorithm in future, which would be kind of interesting. But yeah, it's sort of interesting to think about just how much people are guided by certain incentive systems when it comes to how they play. I mean, I don't really have a good read on what people's general sentiments are about how Endless compares to 100 Mario Challenge in the original game, but I think it definitely has a certain social effect as well as an effect on level design. Like, the way the one-up system works in Endless is by itself just responsible for this cliche of having the 3 one-ups at the end of the level, right? Like, that kind of stuff doesn't happen unless it's built specifically for a system that is encouraging it to happen. And so now you just see a 3 one-up thing all over the place, and it's such a maker-specific thing that you don't see ever in any other game. So there are definitely effects on how people think about level design. Especially if they think about blowing up in Endless as being key to their success. And yeah, it's very true that there's not enough granularity in the tags, but at the same time, I think one of the things that's going on there is that Nintendo has been so historically reluctant to adopt any community-made terminology. Like, you'll never see a troll tag or a Kaizo tag or something like that, in spite of the fact that the player base generally understands what it means, because Nintendo, understandably, would be concerned about that just looking totally cryptic to people who are not already kind of bound up in the community lingo. Which would actually be most of their players, I think, that, you know, you get to a player base of 7 million or whatever. Only a relatively small faction are actually engaged with the community side. I mean, you have a lot of people who are just children, for instance. And also people who might just be connecting through other means than through Twitch, where things like Kaizo levels have such a large presence. And yeah, we've established that we're using an unsupervised geometry recommendation system. Yeah. Graph theory for the win, apparently. Whoops.
Oh no!
I mean, that's the thing that's so astonishing about a lot of unsupervised systems, though. It's just, like, how robust they actually turn out to be in terms of getting decent results. Yeah, Advert, I just kind of assume that you have some kind of background in computation. Or some kind of adjacent field. Just sort of comes off that way. It's going to be a wall jump. No, it's going to be a wall jump that requires me to keep the bullet. So I do need to release just a little bit earlier than computational linguist. Okay. I've known a lot of computational linguists here and there. I'm not in the field myself anymore. I did used to do a little bit of research assistance, actually, in the field a long time ago, before a lot of the unsupervised learning revolution came in. Kind of reminds me, there's a book I've been meaning to get to, which has been on the shelves in this place for some time. It's called The Battle of the Minefields. It's by John Goldsmith, who's a very prominent computational linguist who is actually one of the earlier ones in the field to kind of catch on to machine learning as the next big thing, but like, he's also kind of written a history of linguistics. That I've been meaning to get into. I actually did see him give a talk on it when the book was still in development many years ago, and so... probably worth looking into from a computational linguistics perspective. Anyway, down we go. Whoops. Yeah, I actually used to read a lot of... like, not really being a linguist myself or anything, I used to read a lot about computational linguistics in terms of the way it was popularized by people like Mark Lieberman on Language Log. And that was also kind of before the machine learning era really took off, though. That's much earlier material, but... it was pretty interesting stuff to consume, even from a sort of layperson's perspective. Nope, too low. And thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, the thing about the popularity algorithms is that, to a certain extent, Nintendo has an interest in keeping them as opaque as possible to minimize people just gaming the system. Now, people game the system anyway. I mean, that's why you end up with tons of refreshing spam, or the whole 20-second speedrun thing. That just kind of naturally takes advantage of some of the player dynamics. I mean, the thing about stuff like that that really clogs up the popularity lists, or so I'm told, is that, like, they're taking advantage of the fact that a lot of people do naturally and genuinely like that stuff. But then they're also tuned around like a very efficient conversion rate of likes per hour, if you know what I mean. That you have a certain number of players who actually are genuinely going to appreciate seeing that stuff pop up in the endless, or they play off the top list and actually like seeing it on the top list. And they're also experiences that are just short enough or easy enough that the throughput of likes is going to be very high, and the ratios are going to be good. And whoops, I'm still dropping that out way too early, I think, or maybe way too late. I mean, it's kind of funny because when the Bullet Hat first came out, that was one of the first things I played with in the 3.0 patch, was the bullet wall jump, and for all that, I actually still don't quite have the timing down. I mean, everybody's kind of had that thing that was the first thing they played with when the patch came out. You know, usually the Koopalings or the Spike Balls, back when the Spike Balls came out in an earlier patch with Link. SMB2, of course, but when all the new 3D World hats came out, I toyed around with them immediately, and the thing I thought had tons of potential right away was precisely that bullet hat wall jump. And I never actually wound up making anything with it. But it was one of the first things that just sort of jumped out at me as, hey, this might be an interesting mechanic. Looks like I might even need a second wall jump there. I didn't know if I would have enough space or if I would have to enter the pipe immediately. And it's actually still not clear to me given how short the wall is on the left side of the pipe entrance. But we'll see. And yeah, that's the thing about the personalized recommendations. As you were saying, I mean, if you're the kind of person who's going to boo a lot of refreshing levels or skip them, then you just won't hit them, right? Whereas the people who actually are into that kind of thing can just play them all day if they want. And under the sort of system you're describing, also have a preview in terms of being able to select them initially. But the thing is, I think as far as the player dynamics go, I don't know if it's actually true that people will just naturally skip out of stuff they don't like. When, you know, in something like an endless context, for instance, right, that there's a strong incentive if you're going for a streak to go for something that you think is going to be easily clearable blind, whether you think you're going to like it or not. Like, you don't particularly need to enjoy the level, but if you're somebody who cares about your endless streak, you're thinking about it partly in terms of, is this going to get me an easy clear or net gain in lives, right? So obviously you'd have to just design a totally different kind of queuing system anyway. And it's true that the presence of something like a recommendation algorithm is by itself going to affect player behavior, such that if people are in an environment where they know that skips will also allow them to avoid a certain kind of level, then they would be skipping more than they do now.
Oh no!
They would have to be aware of that first, but I don't know though. The thing is, like when it comes to recommendation algorithms, the thing that makes me have some doubt about whether they are actually an example to follow is that in my own experience, personalized recommendations are actually kind of terrible. Like, I think about my experience on YouTube, for instance, and I find that the discoverability that comes from recommendations has actually rarely been very good for me. I see. So, you have a no damage clear condition, but if you blow up the bullet hat by crashing against a wall, you get into an invincible state, and you have a certain invincibility frames without failing the clear condition. That's an interesting interaction that I never actually really thought about. Maybe I sort of intuitively knew it should work that way, but the thing is, you don't really see necessarily that many clear condition levels, right, that are going to use that condition. And now that I was seeing it, that's not something that I've really seen in use much in terms of iframes that are not damage frames, basically. There can't be that many interactions like that in the game. Although I'm thinking about the 3D world hats in general and when they get peeled off and when they're expended. And I don't know if anything behaves quite like the bullet hat does in that sense. Like, I would be thinking about like what happens with the POW hat after it's been fully expended. And yeah, man, imagine new course elements being released, if only. If only. And thank you for the GGs. Let's keep going. We've got time to do more. I obviously won't be getting through the whole catch-up, I don't think, but we have lots and lots of catch-up and not enough hot dogs. Okay, here's Radiant City. Where's the ledge? I can't touch it, but I feel it's so close. This is a re-up as well. Was this a re-up? I don't know. It did seem kind of familiar, but I don't think it was actually something I'd played before then, or at least some of the earlier elements seemed familiar, but the bit at the end with the iframes that you get off blowing up the bullet hat, that felt completely new. I really don't remember seeing that before, so I don't know if I would have played this one if it is a re-up, but we'll take a look at it anyway. Advert, that is a perfect emote for the occasion. Even more perfect because it's yours. Okay. I think I need to go faster. Not enough time to do the SMP2 jump over that cannonball, obviously. Yeah, I just need to, whoops, do everything in that sequence a little bit faster, at least the final jump onto the cannonballs, just to get them going. Not quite, yeah. Just need to tighten that up. Or I could continue going left to right on the cannonballs if I have space, but I don't think I will. That's okay, we can just make some of these estimates as we go. There we go. Whoops. Okay. Over here, over here. And yeah, I kind of knew I was going to be a bit behind that time. Okay. And yeah, going back to what you were saying about dopamine levels, that's an interesting theory. I don't know enough about the dynamics of how kids play this game to really understand how much of an impact that has. I think you can sort of think of it in context that if somebody is playing, say, Endless Easy, and they just see tons of Total Direct in Endless Easy, you can kind of see why somebody might be in a situation where they get something like a refreshing level and it actually looks better than a lot of the stuff around it. Anyway, here we go. But yeah, that is an interesting theory. I think it's also the case that because Mario Maker has such a massive age spread in audience, you have a substantial number of players where their sense of level design isn't really coming from other platformers, but is coming mainly from Mario Maker, or from YouTube videos they watch about Mario Maker, for instance. Like, it's completely imaginable to me that you'd have, say, just to pick one example, say people in the trolling community who, as guidance, just always got all of their ideas about level design from other troll levels, or from watching videos about troll levels, rather than from playing any kind of normal platforming. I think that might even be true of Kaizo levels as well. Obviously, that's got a much more traditional platforming requirement to it, but like, I can tell sometimes with levels that have tons and tons of indication all over the place, for instance, that like, I think you do have people out there who design based on what other makers are doing without much regard for any of the things that we would consider like conventional principles of level design from other platformers. I don't know, this is all speculative on my part, but it's a big game. You're going to see lots and lots of different social dynamics in play. Oh, whoops. Okay. This is not that tricky, I'm just being a little sloppy and a bit slow in some places. But the sequence here is actually all really quite readable. Anyway, let's head up here. Yeah, Advert, you have a good day as well. Oops. Okay, up we go. Almost a little bit slow there, but I did make it thanks to some of the forward momentum I was enjoying over there. Wow, how did I miss the up input there? I was standing a little to the left, that's why. I was holding up at the point at which I was descending towards the door. I was just way too far off center to actually get the entrance. Okay, here we go. I mean, not that we're getting any substantial content updates or toolkit updates in this game anymore, but it's sort of interesting to imagine what they could possibly have done to upstage the SMB2 mushroom, because even when Link came out in December 2019, I was already thinking, okay, what could they possibly do to outdo the incredible moveset that they put together for Link? And I know at the time that a lot of people were thinking of something like a Samus moveset coming in, but you know, that maybe encourage a revival in some Metroid-style levels. But what they ended up doing with the SMB2 mushroom, I thought, was extremely impressive. Like, really one of the most well-designed additions to the game. And like I always say, I think that's one of the things that was very particularly disappointing about updates stopping as soon as they did. That they were only getting better and better. The ideas, the implementation, everything was just starting to go to some very interesting places. Whoops. Okay, let's get back upstairs. Way too slow that time. That will just happen from time to time. And up we go. I've definitely been noticing much more than usual just the use of the large coins, like the 50 coins, in a lot of the Buflen levels. I mean, they are just guidance coins, the way coin trails are, but they seem like they're there mostly to make you pay attention to a location and just to improve the visibility of things like the on-off switches. Like, the single coins are kind of there for their usual purpose that you see all over the place in Nintendo's own games as well as Mario Maker, as being something to show you an expected path, especially when you have some moving elements like the thwomps in the way, as we see in the first segment there. But the 50 coins seem to be mostly just magnets for attention. Like, they are there to draw your eye over to that location and make you aim well in advance. And yeah, just given a lot of the constant motion in levels like these ones, it's nice to see that kind of guidance. Instead of having markers that are based on actions that you're doing. I think it's much nicer to have markers that show you what your intended targets are to be, rather than giving you instructions for what to do step by step. But, you know, giving you a sense of what to aim for. And I think in this level, as well as some of the previous ones we've showed off already, that's a job that the large coins actually do very efficiently. Yeah, I don't know if I should be dropping to the left of the bullet there. I think I'm kind of considering whether I can beat it and get to the right of the bonsai. Otherwise, there's just too much lag time before I am able to get off that platform. So, let's see here. And through we go. Yeah. Everything fine over here, just need to recenter over the door. And that will be good. I think I have room to go for the platform, but I need to land on the bonsai on the right side of that spike column in the center. I think that's actually a very clear implication that I need to get on it from the right side. So I just need to get onto the platform faster, and get off of it on the right side, and kind of curve my landing back towards the bonsai bill. So, like that. Much, much better. It's going to be checkpoint, and then we'll have more bonsais. Okay. Pretty interesting sequence over here with a lot of those on-off switches doing that job. Okay, just missed the parachute over there. I mean, that was kind of an unfortunate miss. Everything else very readable blindly. I mean, everything, including the Goomba, very readable blindly. I just had poor spacing there. And, yeah. Bringing that checkpoint hype. Whoops. Yeah, nice little checkpoint cubbyhole there. Before you get into the auto-scrolling segment after the pipe. I know there's sometimes some debate about checkpoints before pipes or checkpoint after pipe. But when it comes to something like an auto-scroller, it's nicer to just not start right away from checkpoint and have an opportunity to enter the zone, so I think this works out just fine. Okay, up we go. No, it's still going a little bit early. Or possibly late if I'm thinking about the cannon as having traveled too far to the right already. to get me safely onto the Goombas. I think in a lot of cases here, going faster is the solution to a lot of the issues I'm running into. Okay, let's go. Oops. But yeah, got most of the way through it on one of my first attempts. So, we'll see how well we can recreate it. Yeah, in fact, I think it was my first attempt in this zone that was my best one so far. And we'll just see how quickly we can recreate that success. Okay. That's going to work. Nope, not enough momentum, once again. Now everything is going to be auto-scrolled here as well, so the spawning positions and timings are going to be consistent, as far as I can tell. And so, I will be able to get an accurate read on whether I'm ahead or behind. Like here. Nope, just a poor estimate on the parachute. Should be catching it on the swing to the right. Well, fairly generous parachute location there. It is a 2x2. The big Goomrat. So, let's go back, see if we can make it happen. Okay, that's gonna be fine. Let's go quickly. Yeah, that's going to be too late. I think I do need to slip into it with that swing to the right that's a cycle earlier. I didn't know if I would have enough headroom to do so under the saw blade, but I should if I land smoothly. Okay, down we go. I know, clipping that a little too tightly. And yeah, Red Eye, it's quite true that we've seen a couple of the auto-scrolls here. I mean, it's very easy to see why. In terms of just having spawn positions for moving objects being totally consistent. In this case, the bonsais, for sure. Like, this concept of bonsais just does not work if you have inconsistency introduced by the player, I think. Yeah, definitely with the vertical levels, but also because there are so many moving elements like cannonballs firing, for instance. They do need to be on screen at a very precise time. Otherwise you just might not get the platform you're looking for. There we go, that's the swing I'm hoping for. What's going on with the key? I didn't even see any. Ah, I think it's a claw drop on the piranha on the left. Okay. I was looking at that and I didn't think it through carefully, but activating the claw drop should give me the key. And then I get back on the right side. That was just a poor read for me. Looking at this for the first time in that segment. Yeah, trick to the Goomrat there is to stop. Oh no, okay. So it's going to drop the cannon, but then I'm trying to think about what the key activation is going to be then. It looks like there's something floating just to the right side of the screen as I get to the key door, possibly some kind of proximity-based interaction, but I'm not clear, and I may not have read that carefully yet. Okay. Ah, there's the key. Right, because it's, no, it's just plugging with the cloud. I just didn't even see it the first time. Right there in the bottom left. Yeah. And I was not even looking at it. Okay, with that in mind, that's going to be fine. Yeah, I see now what's going on with the piranha plant. That's the idea is that it's a bit of a last chance mechanic in that when you get in position to pluck the cloud and grab the key, the piranha drop is going to stop additional bullets from spawning. So at the position at the end of this vertical auto-scroll section, where there's no longer any time pressure from the scroll, the time pressure is introduced by the trigger of going for the key. You go for the key, and then you have a limited amount of time to get over to the door. Anyway, once I read that accurately, you could kind of do that. Whoops, that caught me by surprise. Interestingly enough, it looks like the spawning position when you come through the door versus coming from the checkpoint is going to be slightly different, such that... Yeah, because you spawn higher, this is going to be a high jump with SMB2. You spawn in a slightly higher position when you come through the door, and I think that actually does affect the auto-scroll timing then. Whoops. Yeah, I thought that was going to be a high jump. I might not be yet. Whoops. But yeah, Red Knight, I hope you're doing well over on your end. And the level making and playing have been getting along just fine. Yeah, we've just been playing a pile of Buflen levels today as a catch-up session. Whoops. Need to go right away. Yeah, like I said, right away. That's going to be much too late. Even if I do make the jump. Okay. Get over here. Get over here. There we go. Nope. Whoops. Yeah, not enough of a slide. The idea is that you need to slide through, dodge the shell by jumping through that single column, I think, and then you start getting onto cannonballs on the right side. So, I don't need to go right away, once again. You got 3rd place in the Nuzlocke category. Oh, congratulations. I know that the Nuzlocke runs started to be a bit of a thing within the past few weeks. Okay, so no, that's what you do with the shell. The shell drops down a column and then it carries you around until you're ready to get off of it. But you only have a limited chance before it breaks through the side and falls off the level. Yeah, I know roughly that it's kind of based on that Pokemon concept where you just have your 4 playable characters here as a team with its own kind of permadeath attached to it. I didn't know what was going on with any kind of leaderboards for it, though, in terms of... Well, in this case, you're getting 3rd place. Because, yeah, I know it's been a popular thing on a couple of different maker streams, but I have not really been keeping up. Anyway, congratulations on that, regardless. Okay. need to get on that earlier, and then once again, take the arc all the way over to the next cannon shot. Need full momentum, really need to commit to going cannonball to cannonball. Okay. Nice. A little bit slow though, because as you can see, you do have cannonballs going off screen. So yeah, need to do that a little bit faster to beat the scrolling speed. Oops. Got 36 clears, and today someone swooped the #1 spot with 49. I see. And do you know who it is with 49? Is it one of the other streamers working on it, or? And I'm doing well on my side. I mean, first day back to Maker 2 in a couple of days. First time back to Buflen's levels in quite a few months, in fact. I haven't laid off his list since late last year. Okay. Yeah, unlikely to get through the whole catch-up today. I just wanted to get through at least a few. 3073, I see. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was totally unintended. That pickup over there. Didn't really even press the button. I don't know how to register. But yeah, in general, the trick to these is to go a little bit faster. They are designed to feel smooth. So yeah, you need to go faster so everything remains on camera. And that takes me through. Yeah, that's just a bad jump because I didn't compensate for the momentum of the bonsai to the left, tugging me a little bit. But that's going to be all there is to it. Okay, as is usual for auto-scroll, I just need to play faster to beat the scroll. Yeah, entering a door or pipe with a bullet, not something you see all that often. I mean, you do need SMB2 to make it happen. Whoops. That's just a huge miss in that spot. Okay, have a few again. And what do we got here? Okay, let's go fast. Nope, not that fast. So yeah, maybe a little too ambitious in that attempt. The spacing wasn't quite working out. Whoops. Okay. Nope. Just need to clean that up. But yeah, earlier on in this level, of course, there was the key door entrance that was on top of a falling cannonball. A couple of interesting ideas here when it comes to the door entry logic. No, once again, need full momentum, just need to keep going. I've made that mistake enough that you would think I would learn by now. But apparently not. There we are, nice and comfortable. And through. Okay, that's going to feel pretty comfortable this time. Oh, nope, just too late. I was hugging the wall, but came in a bit under. I am still alive. Okay, not anymore. It's kind of interesting, because if I could see my spacing there, maybe it was possible to get out of there, except I think I took damage from spikes, so the door entry would not be working out for me anyway. Whoops. Okay. Through we go. And all the way up. Okay, tap that. Feels like I'm a little bit slow again. I could tell by the camera positioning that I wasn't quite making it. So yeah, I just need to tighten up the corners there. Get up as soon as I can, which... Whoops. Yeah. Need to not accidentally reset. Whoops. No need to do the SMB2 jump, obviously. And okay, this is going to be prone to a bit of slippage from time to time. Something that's been happening to me quite a bit today, actually. Usually off shelves, but... yeah, nice little spacing tool there in terms of delaying the player with the piranha plants. Okay, gotta tighten up some of those jumps. And that is nice and comfortable. Got there well in advance this time. Yeah, no real opportunity to get to the top of the flag there, so we're not going to try. That's not a clear. Thank you for the GGs. We probably have time for at least one or two more. Yeah, lots of re-ups here, but I don't think I had played these originally, so... as you can see, lots of fix-ups of the same day, too. 29th of September. So yeah, not going to get through as much as I would like today. I didn't think I would get through it all anyway, because of how much catching up I had to do, but we'll at least do one more, possibly two, depending on how things are going. And here's prequel to the sequel. I didn't think anything could go this wrong. Also going to be right under the 1% mark, that 0.99. Okay, so Goomba, high bounce off the Goomba and then under the Piranha. That's what it is. Okay. I'll need to think about the timing here. Yeah, that was the right idea. I just kind of veered a little too far to the left before being able to drop down. Whoops. And a bit wide on that curve. I do need to skip down to the next platform before the piranhas come down. Wrap around over to that next Goomba, get a jump. So yeah, I can see what a very clear intended path is going to be. I'm just not quite managing the timing here. Too early. I actually can't afford to slow down just a little bit. just to buy myself as much time as possible under this guy here. Yeah, I need to wait a little bit for them to bob down, which will require me to count a little bit when it comes to their bobbing pattern. That's correct, except for the momentum there. I do need to face right as I fall into the Goomba, and it's a correction I should have known to make. Too early? Yeah, pretty interesting concept, though. Nope. Trying to adjust a little too much. That's going to take me down. There we go. Now this is interesting. I think it's just going to be a fall directly. And then over here. Okay, a little bit of time pressure there as I do the slide. Land there and then get onto the bone shell. I can see how it's going to go. It's just some finer spacing here that needs to be cleaned up. Yeah, just need to do that. Nope, need to go before it retracts. Because coming from a red pipe, it is going to come back out immediately. Yeah, didn't quite get a slide, given that I was still adjusting my position a bit. Anyway, up we go. Yeah, going a bit early. Yeah, just a lot of timing to sort out here. Just reading the winged pattern on a whole. Okay. Okay, much better that time. I do need to let up on the dash button in order to land on a shell without that much of a risk of picking it up. That's something I don't correct for enough, considering how often it happens to me. That we have an accidental pickup. Yeah, I need to jump out of the shell on the right side in order to wrap around over the on-off switch. That was actually pretty clear to me. I just failed to execute it in time. Okay, over we go. Yeah, once again, that time I let go of the wrong button. I let go jump instead. So, falling a little bit short and still running into the same trouble with the accidental kick. So yeah, we'll just need to let up on a dash. And yeah, Red and I, always nice to have you around, lurking or otherwise, so. Anyway, let's wrap around here. Yeah, this one's been a pretty interesting one so far. Much more of a stop-and-go feel to it than the typical Buflen creation. That you need to watch your timing carefully instead of just going as fast as you can all the time, and so much more tactical pacing here. Okay, wrap around. Now here, I have some time to get over to the pink coin and then drop in and then move on to the next shell, I think. Here, off switch is going to drop the whole muncher stack. And then I need to... Okay, no, I did that correctly. I just didn't expect that I would, in fact, get to the door so successfully. And yeah, Electro Dude, thank you for the lurk. Good luck with those exams. Like I said, I'm unlikely to stay for too long today anyway, so... Likely just for maybe 1 or 2 more, including this one. Depending on how it goes. Okay, that's gonna come down. Nope, straight up miss. Yeah, sometimes just releasing the dash button like I do when I landed a bone shell can be enough to throw me off quite a bit. Whoa, terrible dash there. Didn't get to slide at all. Alright, up we go. Bit of bouncing, and then... That's gonna go pretty smoothly. Nope. I do have the opportunity to wait when it comes to that timing, and plan it out properly. There isn't going to be too much time pressure in elements like that one. Okay, here we go. Barely made it. Whoops. Okay. Duck through here. And down. Yeah, I still need to work out a few things about the input there in terms of when I'm releasing dash to secure the landing. Whoops. Don't want to cut it off too early because it is having an effect on my momentum to get over to the bone shell in the first place. Down we go. Okay, here we are. Okay. Now let's watch this carefully. I have to expect that I will be dropping at the same rate as the munchers, which means I need to jump out of the bone shell at the right time. And yeah, that's not going to be quite it. If I jump in such a way that it takes me up to the coin immediately, maybe I can fix that. That's a tricky spot, though. Okay. Yeah, I thought I'd let go of the dash there, but sometimes the timing is just going to be a little bit off. That particular interaction in terms of falling into versus picking up a shell that's on top of spikes is still something that strikes me as a bit off sometimes. Because it only really happens with that specific interaction of an accidental pickup over a hazard. I did always find it strange that the pickup would take priority when you're falling into the object. Anyway, just a lot of timing issues to sort out as we think about the later obstacle that I nearly got to. Okay. Here we go. Okay, bit of a close shave there, but whoops. Yeah, it does feel incredibly awkward to do the fall into the bone shell. Okay. In some ways, I think a shoe might even have been better. Depending on getting rid of the Goomba, of course. And I guess the nice thing about the bone shell is that it's just going to sit there statically out of the box. Whoops. Okay, forward. I got reasonably far, just a lot of little things to fix up along the way. Primarily, falling into the shell. By far the biggest mechanical challenge here so far, I would say. It is one of those things about Mario Maker that can be unexpectedly hard. Okay. Like with vertical pipe entrances, for that matter. And we've seen quite a few of those today, actually. Lots of vertical exits. Just to give you the vertical pipe boss at the end. There's so many segments. Okay. That's gonna be fine. Nope, just don't have the timing worked out yet. You do have to plan that quite a ways in advance by the looks of it. In terms of understanding what that last piranha cycle is going to be several steps ahead before you activate. Nope. Okay. Up there. And through. Whoops. Going a bit early, but that's to compensate for the fact that earlier I just wasn't really even able to make that jump. If I'm correcting for it. And through. Yeah, still having a little bit of trouble just getting the right kind of spacing there. I may need to take off from a lower point, actually. Just to get a fuller jump to cover horizontal distance. Still a lot of little adjustments to make like that. Whoa, terrible slide. Not at all what I'm looking for. Okay, up we go. No. Had second thoughts about that. Okay. It's gonna come down. And through. Okay. Forward we go. Nope. That was almost the right timing. It was slightly late. It's a difficult one to adjust around because you do need to commit as soon as you hit that switch. You do get the time to strategize a little longer, though. I mean, I am able to just sit underneath that on-off switch for longer until I've got a very specific plan in mind. Not sure if that's the approach we want to take, but we'll see. Okay. All this is fine. Nope. That was just a bad jump. Okay. Not too bad so far. And through. Yeah, the red pipe timing is something that does catch me off guard. Quite a bit here. Definitely lots that can be improved. Okay, up we go. And yeah, here I can afford to sit a little longer as well if I think my timing is off. Yeah, lots of locations where you can stop and plan, actually. Some more effective than others. Still too late. Okay, everything's gonna go up. Early segment is doing fine, at least. This always worries me a little bit. This worries me a lot. But we got it. Okay, through. It's gonna be checkpoint 1. You need to be a little faster than that. Okay, that's the timing. Now, on-off switch is going to drop the small piranha. It's going to land on the blue platforms. Side thwomp is going to go over. I jump over to side thwomp, I hit the other on-off switch, then I can get back onto the red platform. But I need to stay to the left a little bit or go immediately so I don't get sniped by the big piranha coming in. Okay. Or just wait for the big piranha to retract. It is a yellow pipe after all, so the timing is going to be a bit different. Let's not go that fast. Yeah. Pretty much need to go immediately as soon as they start trying to retract. There we go. It's a lot more comfortable. Yeah, considering that that is coming out of the yellow pipe, it doesn't really seem that much slower than the red pipe. In fact, if you look at the synchronization between the red pipes on the left and the yellow pipe on the right, they are pretty similar. Now, there is a one-tile space at its very top of the vine if I want to scramble up quickly, but I think it's always going to be better to just do that jump. Yeah, very specific timing there as well, as we can see from being pinched in that corner. Nope, still too late. Yeah, still not quite getting it there. Oh, we'll fix that up eventually. Definitely looks like the yellow pipe is not really working to my advantage, though. Okay. It's gonna come out. Okay, that's gonna be much more comfortable. That's going to be a fall onto the spring and then to the on-off block. Yeah, bad timing there. It's gonna be a weird curve of a jump there. Okay. That worked out fine. Would have been better if I trapped the piranha on top, of course, but we'll take it. Okay, a little too early. Lots of room for advanced planning here, but... this can work out fine. So is that. Nope, too short in that jump. Those disasters, when they do happen, do look spectacular. Okay, so let's wait for the next cycle and see what this is going to be all about. Nope, still too late. No, terrible timing. Kind of knew as soon as I went into that that was not going to fly. Yeah, just lots of tightening up we need to do here. But anyway, we'll wait for this. And that's going to feel pretty comfortable now. Okay, this is the one we were having issues with. There we go. Through the door. And, yeah, straight under, I think. And then the key, and then straight under again. This will be interesting. And that's not the way to do it. Okay. This could go a lot better. Sometimes just a little bit too much lag time switching directions on the platforms, though. So we should minimize that somehow. Didn't think I was going to make it that time, but victory secured almost. Okay, that was close. Alright, let's try this again. No, still not doing the fall accurately. Tightening up the corner a little too much. If I jumped a little closer off the edge, that actually would have been fine, I think. Whoops. Okay. Wait for this. No, going way too early. I thought it was going to retract at that point, and that was clearly not the case. One more cycle. Nope, still too slow. Okay, things are gonna pop out. And back in. Okay, first time I've taken a death on that spot. Very few net markers over there. People making the similar mistake of dying on that location. Okay, that's fine. Took a while to get that timing down, but we'll take it. And hey, P. Lager, welcome. Let's strategize here. Nope, bad jump. It's the next room after this that gets me into a ton of trouble. Okay. Alright, just barely made it. Levels have been good. I've had a decent number of clears today. I mean, this is my first catch-up with Buflen's levels in a long time. I haven't played them since late last year. And so I've had a big pile to get through, and I will not be getting through it all, but decent number of clears so far, I would say. Whoops. Occasionally hedging a little too much on some of the controlled jumps, as you can see. But we'll see what we can do. Yeah, congratulations on the emote. Don't know if you've been playing any Super Mario Sunshine. That would be a perfect fit for that. Okay. Going a bit early now. That's a difficult timing to work around. It's temporary, just one from Breath of the Wild, I see. Okay. Let's see this guy here. First jump is going to be comfortable, second one, less so. There we go. Yeah, that is a very good point about the emote modification. Okay, that was almost correct, just a bad adjustment going into the last landing over there. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, always nice to fill in your own early emote slots just for personal use more than anything. That's kind of how most of mine came about until we got a GG emote earlier in the month. There we go. That was nearly a disaster. There we go. Yeah, it's something that you could always just build a community around as far as emotes go. And just be part of the local color. Okay, still not quite getting the controlled jumps here down. A buttload of redeemables, okay. Well, kind of interested in seeing what creative ideas you came up with. I still need to update mine, I've been saying so for weeks, and I've had some good suggestions, but just haven't had much time to work on that side of the stream, though. hopefully getting in some new ones soon over here as well. Yeah, you can list them. It'll save me the effort of checking right now. I mean, I'm not going to check it this moment anyhow, given that I'm in the middle of trying to clear this, so you're quite welcome to share. Okay, let's just watch this carefully. There we go. Okay, timing felt decent that time. Pretty safe that time too. It's kind of a nice curve around that, actually fits quite well. Okay, finally through. Yeah, letting go of the dash button there is absolutely essential. And I just missed. Bounce on top of that, bounce on top of the on-off switch, and then I'll have to jump out of the shell, I'm sure. That's okay, we'll just get to that point and see how we do from there. It's gonna pop out. Yeah, late. First high new hydrate posture check stretch. What's the difference between hydrate and forced hydration? Like, does somebody come by and shove the bottle down your throat, or do you use the force to hydrate yourself by lifting the bottle with your mind? Lifting the mug with your mind, perhaps? Whoops. Okay. Well, that is quite a selection. Whole spectrum of possibilities there between no swear and all swears. Okay. Yeah, let's not run that so quickly. Yeah, I mean, I guess with forced hydration, it depends on whether you're allowing yourself to hit the pause button. That would make a big difference. Okay. So what is it are you mainly streaming these days anyway? Because I'm thinking about what you're saying about dropping the weapon, and... Okay. Let's drop in here. I mean, I guess it depends on whether the game in question actually does have a droppable weapon involved. I mean, I guess if you're Mario and you have the Fire Flower, you can just take damage and lose the Fire Flower. Okay, tap this. Ah, Breath of the Wild Hardcore, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I've been meaning to do Master Mode at some point. I don't know if I'll do that much on stream. Like, I won't be doing a complete run on stream, but I might just stream my file from time to time when I want to. Because doing a complete stream of Breath of the Wild would just take over the whole stream for months on end. Okay, let's watch this guy carefully. There we go. Yeah, still a bit of a weird adjustment off there. Need to buy as much time as I can with some full jumps at the end. So it's gonna come out. Now let's see about this guy. Alright, let's just watch this very carefully, then I'll catch up on what you're saying in the chat. Okay, that's good. Nope. Yeah, too high a jump on the turnaround as I want to grab the key. Some tricky timings here. Like I said, much more of a timing-based level than is usually the case for a Buflen set. And given how a lot of these levels are much more about constant motion. Interesting change of pace, though, that's for sure. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean about the priority between the redemptions in terms of how you're going to handle that. Good to have a rule in place in advance for that, given that conflicts may happen. No, whoops. That piranha goes pretty far. That's okay, some of these timings are finally working out. That one feels okay. As does that. It is very versatile, that's very true. Whoop. Momentarily sane, thank you for coming by. Yeah, nice hops. We can practically set up a microbrewery with all of these hops. Actually having some issues with this level when it comes to shortening my hops. Be doing a lot better in that respect. But some of the timings with the piranhas out of pipes, I'm just not making very good estimates of so far, despite a fair bit of practice at this point. Okay. This is not too bad. If you like her, that's not a bad idea. Depending on how tolerable you think your sing-song voice is going to be. Whoa, still having some trouble here. It wouldn't be my stream if the content weren't challenging? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it's true that I don't tend to do anything absolutely trivial, but there are definitely more challenge-oriented streams out there than what I show off here. I mean, I will mostly prioritize whether I like the style of design, first of all. Because there are definitely much harder levels out there that are also just not fun to play. Okay, let's get down here. shave. Okay, finally made it through. We still have some more business here before we make it to a checkpoint. So it's going to be a piranha up the yellow pipe up top. We just need to avoid that completely, I think. Yeah, and need to wrap around it. Oh yeah, look how far it goes now. Going to beat that slightly. Aha! Here's the goal. Might need to slide through this one. Oh no, too early. How has the night been for levels? Yeah, okay, we can't slide through that because there's no ice, but it's been pretty good. I've just been playing levels by Buflen, who is one of the most popular super expert platforming makers who's not in Kaizo territory, but is in kind of the edge of super expert that still manages to be really widely popular and accessible to most players. To many players, I should say. Most things falling in the category of about 1%, plus or minus a bit. It's generally been going well. This one has been taking me a little bit of time just because of some bad timing estimates on my part. Yeah, I've cleared everything so far that I played today, just at a bit of a slower pace than I might have thought. But, okay, let's just wait out a bit. But yeah, in general on the stream, I just try to prioritize showing off what I think of as decent design. And if I can beat the levels, all the better. Okay. Let's wait this out. Wow. Not often that I'll miss that jump. Sometimes I am kind of stalling a little bit. And not a great idea here. Get out of the way. Okay, that felt a lot more comfortable. Yeah, bad timing. Yeah, this level is definitely slower paced than usual for this maker. Who typically has a lot of platforming where every surface is just kind of unstable and you don't necessarily have any rest stops. This one is much more planning oriented. This level here. Whoops. And yeah, it's very true that you get lots of safe locations to just look at the timing and find a window of opportunity. But my estimates of a lot of these pipe setups with a big piranha are still way off. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Nope. Still having some trouble with the controlled jumps. It's really the last segment that I'm most worried about, though. This stuff, you know, I make mistakes, but I know fundamentally it's doable for me. Okay. I guess with good enough timing, you should be able to clip that piranha with the on-off switch and just kill it entirely. I have not done that yet on any attempt, so not counting on it. Okay, here we go. these kind of levels can help a player go from intermediate to advanced. Yeah, that's very true. This maker in particular, Buflen, is a very good gateway to harder levels, I find. And part of it is because the levels are challenging, but they don't depend on any kind of arcane or specialist knowledge. You can jump into these directly from just playing normal Nintendo Mario, and you still have the technique to do them, more or less. You know, you don't need to figure out how to read indicators or do shell tech or anything like that. No. That's a mistake. I need to bounce on a piranha and then jump up. That was just a choke. But yeah, Buflen's Super World, which is not what I'm playing right now, is one that I do tend to recommend to people as a good starter Super World for levels that are... or people who want to play things that still feel like Mario, but which are at an appealing level of challenge to people who are quite experienced. Experienced in the standard Nintendo games. And yeah, definitely a good learning tool and a stepping stone to even harder content. Okay. But these are also some of the most popular levels that are in this particular difficulty bracket, and kind of interesting to see how that is from a design perspective and what is making these successful. Okay. Did I see the amiibo for Skyward Sword? Yes, I did. With Zelda and Loftwing. Realistically, all that the amiibo ability is going to do is create a new speedrun category that is carved off from the standard no warp or no amiibo speedrun category, I guess. But it'll be a convenience for some players, perhaps. Thinking back to my memory of Skyward Sword, I don't think it's actually going to make a massive difference. Okay. Let's get back to my timing here. Okay, that's fine. Now, the thing about Amiibo is that I never think of it as paying for whatever bonus they're unlocking. That's not what their value is, right? The value is in having figurines of official Nintendo artwork that are obscure enough or specialized enough that you would otherwise never get them. That, I think, is actually what has made the Amiibo line much more appealing as collectibles than other Toys to Life lines in the past, like Skylanders, Disney Infinity, etc., that are much more about the function. Okay. We just jump this first and I'll say more about that, perhaps. Had time. I think given that Amiibo has been sort of slowly been, if not phased out, then definitely de-emphasized over the past few years, I'm not really concerned about things that are advantages in multiplayer. I don't think there's any precedent for that. I think in general, Nintendo is actually a very good company when it comes to playing fair with that sort of thing. The one Amiibo unlockable I really kind of objected to locking behind Amiibo so far was actually in Metroid Samus Returns, where the hard mode in the game, like I think it was a double damage mode or something, was locked behind an Amiibo. And the thing is, with the 3DS, you wouldn't have to buy a special accessory to have it read the Amiibo in the first place, which made it doubly inaccessible to people. But stuff like having your own Smash AI pet, you know, I don't mind any of that. or other unlockables in single player. I think in general they've been very fair. And as I said, it's always just a bit of a bonus treat. The value of an amiibo is in the collectible itself. Oops. Okay. I mean, I think the original sort of theory behind amiibo was that in terms of unlockables, they would just kind of gain value over time as they became more supported by other games. The issue being that other than Smash, there were, well, and other than Mario Maker 1 originally, there were very few games that would actually have highly specialized rewards for the full range or nearly the full range of amiibo. That they would often just support their own series and then everything else would just be a generic unlock. So I think that didn't quite pan out as well as it could have. But at the end of the day, the fact that we can have, you know, official Nintendo figurines of characters from Fire Emblem and Earthbound and Xenoblade and so on, you know, stuff that would normally just not get toys because they're not Mario or Zelda. Or just a lot of lesser known characters. Like, the fact that we're going to get an amiibo eventually of Min Min from ARMS, I think is fantastic. Or even some better known characters like Bayonetta and so on that just often wouldn't get that stuff. If you're thinking about Captain Toad, I have played Captain Toad, and I don't think there were levels locked behind amiibo. There was some kind of feature I don't recall. Oh yeah, it was originally some kind of bonus sort of optional treasure hunt that you could do within the level where you hunt for some pixel art or something. And I believe that in the Switch port of the game, they patched that such that it's no longer amiibo locked. And thank you for the lurk, P-Langer. Okay. But yeah, like I said, the one for Samus Returns was the one that sticks out as the only case of amiibo unlocking that I was actually really disappointed with. But anyway, let's go down here. And that's going to wrap around nicely. You like that lurk command? Yeah. I only put it in recently, and that's because a lot of people started typing exclamation lurk before I even had a lurk command. And I thought, okay, clearly there's demand. I should put something there just to satisfy them. Too short a jump at the end. I'm still worried about that last part after the key door, where it will be the goal screen at the end there, but with a very carefully timed a dash through a whole bunch of piranhas coming through pipes, which, as I've discovered, I am not that comfortable with estimating this timing. Nope. Yeah, you really do need to plan well in advance for some of these. Because you can see the pattern from afar, but you still need to estimate the amount of time it'll take for you to get down there, and that is the harder part. It's not just reading the piranhas, but reading the timing of your own falling speed and things like that that are momentarily out of your control. we go. Okay. See, that wasn't so bad. Okay, this part here is not too bad either. Except I need to beat that piranha from the side. Nope. I wonder if I can just beat that last one without stopping. I think I should be stopping there, though. Hence the gap. Unless it's there to bait me a little bit, but I would need to cut off my dash just a little bit earlier. At least I know that the timing to get through the first 4 isn't too bad. It's just that you do need to stop fairly precisely. Nope. You have 3 achievements left on Resident Evil 8 to accomplish, so I guess you've already been doing the hard modes or whatever it is in that New Game Plus, right? I don't remember the name of it. Like Village of Shadows mode or something like that. I only know that from seeing some other people play it, so... Well, I mean, if you were kind of going for full achievements, I guess you must have enjoyed it quite a bit. Unless you're one of those people who feels like really obligated to clear out all achievements. Yeah, through here. Okay, wrap around, go through. Let's see this. Nope. A little bit late. I was cutting that off and slowing down at the end already, though, and maybe that was not quite right. Depending on the game, you'll plan your achievement run, I see. Yeah, for me, it really kind of depends on the design of the achievements. I like achievements that change the way you play or give you really unique objectives. It was something I really enjoyed about StarCraft 2. It was recently something that I enjoyed a lot about the 2016 Hitman as well. Where that game is like practically all about achievements to motivate really changing up your playstyle and introducing tons of replayability. And so I like it when achievements kind of encourage you to take on a whole different strategy and rethink your understanding of the mechanics. I'm not keen on achievements that are much like progress bars or meters that you just have to fill. Whoops. I'm trying to think about Pikmin 3. I don't remember there being an achievement system. Unless it was something new introduced on Switch, because I played a lot of Pikmin 3, but... I mean, originally there was no Piclopedia either. That was added for Switch. But yeah, I did play Pikmin 3 originally with all of its and DLC missions as well for the high scores. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I would not remember that. Nope, still a bad falling timing. On Switch there are achievement badges, I see. Right, because there's also a new hard mode that they introduced to it. Yeah, I really do love Pikmin 3. I did not pick it up for Switch, given that I played it quite a bit on Wii U already. Once, primarily with the gamepad, and then once again when they patched in the stylus control a year after its release. Okay, through here. Oh, I didn't know that about the day timer on the supposedly hard mode. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. In a lot of cases, I'm not particularly crazy about achievement systems just because I think a lot of them aren't too well thought out, but one thing I do like about them, you know, people sometimes discuss whether it's better to have system-wide achievements like you see on some other platforms, or with game-specific achievement systems like you have on Switch. But I actually do like, when I look at things like Steam, having a comparison chart of how you or the people on your friends list stack up to global statistics, for instance. Like that kind of stuff, the social element of achievement sharing is kind of nice. But I think there was definitely a trend, especially in the early 2010s or so, when a lot of games that didn't really need achievements were just kind of having them tacked on anyway, because there was some player demand to have achievements of some sort, and okay, fine, the result is that you just got bad achievements. But I do like scrolling through the social data, for sure. Even if in a lot of more linear games, you know, the achievements are just benchmarks of who finished what chapter. Okay. Let's see this. Taking this patiently, but I don't have a fast timing worked out, so... Whoops. So yeah, I guess this level has definitely exposed a bit of a weakness. I think it's the hardest one for me so far today. Part of it is that the attempts, of course, has been taking longer just from the amount of premeditation I'm doing between jumps. The other ones have all been much faster paced. But part of it is also, I think, that reading the timings here isn't something that plays to my skill set very well. Sometimes I have levels where things go very smoothly for me specifically. This one, I'm definitely having some issues with from time to time. No, don't worry about a distraction. When I have levels that require some degree of repetition, it's actually kind of nice to have some conversation about something else too. Make the grind have a certain variety to it. I mean, you know, when I talk about level design, there's only so much I can talk about if I'm repeating a level over and over again. And so certainly appreciate it to have some other discussion in the meantime, so let's see here. That's the other thing too, because I don't play on Xbox or PlayStation. I only really play on Nintendo and PC. The whole kind of thing about, you know, getting platinum on a game, like getting platinum on clearing all the achievements or whatever that you hear about from Xbox players, for instance, that stuff is totally lost on me. Like I don't necessarily see the value of doing 100% in achievements if you're not actually interested in all of the achievements, right? But it seems like there's a very different social dynamic on platforms that kind of actively give you some kind of status symbol for doing so. Oh, bad timing here. Well, I'm glad you find me knowledgeable about Nintendo. I don't know. I think I'm kind of selectively knowledgeable about it. Like, there's definitely some blind spots. Like, I don't really know Pokemon at all, for instance. I've played a few of the games on a very casual basis. But you'll find that everybody who's a Nintendo specialist definitely has some areas of specialization within that. Oh, whoops. But yeah, it's definitely much more meaningful when you actually feel personally motivated to be doing it. And, you know, if you're having fun and if you feel a sense of accomplishment. And, okay. Here we go. There we go, that's much better. Yeah, the thing about Fire Emblem is that, you know, pretty much everyone in the West was kind of a latecomer to Fire Emblem, given that the first localization would have been Fire Emblem 7, which was just called Fire Emblem in the West on the Game Boy Advance. I fell in love with Fire Emblem immediately. I had already played Advance Wars by that point, and Fire Emblem was basically just Advance Wars with much less expendable units. And it was exactly my kind of game. I just absolutely fell for the series. And I mean, I haven't, like, I'm not one of the players who has gone through the fan translations of the earlier games or anything like that, like some real diehards do, but and the N64 era, I would say I don't really know that well at all. I was never really that attached to it. I didn't own one when it was active, and I mostly played it through rentals and such. But even so, like, the sort of prestige of different games on the N64 has changed dramatically over time because of what has been preserved and ported. You know, case in point being something like GoldenEye, where I think if you ask most people who played the N64 while it was current about what their predominant memory of the system was, a significant chunk of them are going to tell you playing multiplayer, split screen, and GoldenEye 007, but because that game doesn't get ported, it seems like the sort of prestige of some of the first-party titles is gradually kind of eclipsed that. I mean, you know, Mario 64 was always a big deal, Ocarina of Time was always a big deal, but I feel like the N64 gets talked about much more as a first-party oriented system nowadays than it used to be. Especially with a lot of the rare library not having come back, you know, stuff like Banjo-Kazooie and such. But like I said, I was never really that attached to the 64 era anyway, and I also wasn't a player who made the 2D to 3D transition very gracefully, so... Yeah, I've played Wargroove. I had some issues here and there with Wargroove's level design. I mean, I appreciate the game a lot. I like a lot of what it was trying to do mechanically, with, you know, rethinking things like unit captures and such. And I know they've patched a fair bit of it since, because I know there were issues I had with things like the cost balancing. And anyway. But yeah, some of the things about the campaign map design didn't sit that well with me. Very charming game, though. Okay. There we go. Like, there's this thing in Wargroove where a lot of the maps don't actually give you very many bases to build from. Like, you only really ever build from the back, right? And it's a very subtle thing, but it actually creates a very different flow than the maps as I remember them in Advance Wars, where in Advance Wars, like, you kind of have these particular choke points where, because you have production facilities that are located in interesting places, you know, there are certain spots where you really need to kind of fight to push through enemy reinforcements, because you're pushing against a defender's advantage. And then once you manage to push through them, then you have a lot of momentum in terms of building in the middle of the map and like really closing out the mission by just wiping out the other side once you're kind of over the hill, right? Wargroove doesn't have that, and so what I found with it was that, like, you would have a very different dynamic in terms of where the stalemate lines were happening, and then it would also take a really long time to close out the map, like when you are already guaranteed to win. And I felt like it was just minor subtleties like that in map design that the Wargroove campaign designers didn't really seem to get, even though a lot of the base mechanics in the game were a lot of fun. But anyway, it's been a while since I played it, so you know, I can't speak on it with as much detail as I'd like, but I think you know what I'm getting at. Oops. But yeah, definitely, you know, if you like Advance Wars, you have a lot of Fire Emblem to catch up on. Because Fire Emblem is basically Advance Wars for obsessive perfectionists. Oops. Okay. Alright, this one, yeah, this level has been giving me trouble. I think I've been on it maybe an hour. For now, it's by far the hardest one today. It didn't seem that way at first. It actually seemed really approachable. But I'm clearly having some issues with it. And a lot of mistakes that I haven't really been learning from, actually, just in terms of running into the same timing traps over and over. And that just happens sometimes. Like, there are some levels that I have more trouble with. I think from some of the other Maker features that I've run in previous weeks, I've run into roadblocks that were very similar, like with that Lecter chop pipe level as well. Like, pipe spawning for some reason is something I just don't mentally time very well. Yeah, still... And of course the bounce timing over there, just kind of a mess. Did I ever play Valkyria Chronicles? I've had it strongly recommended to me. I have not played it. I have it marked out on my wish list on the eShop, and, you know, pick up on a sale price sometime. I specifically had it recommended to me after I played Codename Steam, which was the 3D tactics game on 3DS that was by the same Intelligent Systems team that did Advanced Wars for Fire Emblem. And it was a real obscurity. Like, it's one of those Nintendo games that is just going to be regarded as super obscure Nintendo within the next few years, if not already. But I enjoyed it a lot, and I've heard that Valkyria is kind of similar, although one of the things about Codename Steam that I think nobody else was doing was that, you know, even compared to things like the XCOM series and such, the maps had a ton of verticality to them. Like, they basically felt like 3D platformer maps. And yeah, what you're describing with, you know, kind of third-person 3D-ish squad tactics, that's basically Codename Steam as well. And that's when I kind of first heard about Valkyria Chronicles as something that I might want to look into. At some point. I have too much stuff to play. I just have no time to pick up more games because I'm spending ages on levels like this one. So, we'll beat it. Eventually. I mean, we've got to the last screen a few times. Okay, there we go. Much better. Yes. Still not estimating that correctly at all. Okay. And yeah, the way the unblocking of the Piranha just lets it lunge all the way forward is something that I don't account for very well either. Okay, there we go. Almost a miss there. There we go. Okay. Yep, almost missed there. Whoa, that's gonna be a bit late. I knew it was going to be a bit late too. That was not great. And yeah, you can see even from screenshots immediately where the comparison is coming from, right? I mean, I say that, of course, having only seen things like screenshots of Valkyria. Where you look at that and it's like, okay, I can see why these two get compared quite a lot. And without having played it, I mean, I do find the sort of art style of Valkyria Chronicles to be pretty appealing as well. That you know, general sense of early 20th century inspired design. Nope. Not at all. We've got a long ways to go. I've had so few clean attempts on the final screen that... Yeah, this one has one of the higher clear rates in this set as well. I think it's right around 1%, and having tons of trouble with it. Partly, of course, it's that each attempt is taking quite a while, so... Okay. Through we go. And, okay. There we are. No, no, no. Bad jump out of that. Yeah, the thing about Codename Steam is that it was on clearance at a lot of retailers because it just sold so poorly, even though the initial shipments were pretty low to begin with. Like, it was a very quiet release in some ways, and absolutely bombed in most regions, which I thought was deeply unfair. I think it was a game that is severely underrated. It's also a huge experience, actually. I put probably about 40 hours into it. But I think it was one of those things where, like, I mean, on the low resolution of the 3DS, the art style actually did put off some people. Because the thing is, the 3DS, whenever games were promoted in screenshots or video, or, well, you don't see it on the system itself. There's a lot of stuff on the 3DS that looks ugly in marketing, and actually looks prettier on the system, because of the screen resolution and the way the 3D effect is designed. And let's see here. Yeah, I think it's easily one of the most underrated first-party Nintendo games in recent memory. Like, genuinely a true Nintendo obscurity. Or fated to be one. But I had tons of fun with it. Okay. Not quite there. Yeah, this one's becoming a roadblock. It's clearly the roadblock of the day. And who knows how it's going to go. So, like I said, I mean, I'm beginning to see a bit of a pattern where timing challenges like this one are a serious weakness for me. And I don't think I realized how bad it was until not only this level, but the Chomp level from a few weeks ago that I was talking about. And yes, Codename Steam is 3DS only. It has not been ported to anything else. I think it is a game that would benefit from, you know, high definition to really make the art style look the way it's supposed to, but it's too poor a seller for that to happen. I think it's definitely going to just remain a one-off in Nintendo history. Whoops. I did finish that Chomp level, yeah. That was when I was showing off levels by Lecter, who was actually the designer of my GG emote. Very interesting maker in his own right. But it was a similar story where, you know, I was just kind of blowing through his whole list, and then I went to this timed pipe survival level, and it just absolutely ground the session to a halt. And for similar reasons, just, you know, poor estimations of timing coming out of things like pipes. I wonder if there is just a smoother timing from going fast that I'm just not seeing at all. But part of it is that a lot of my jump adjustments are way off as well, that I'm not repositioning in midair very accurately. Okay. Let's go here. Whoops. So yeah, this might still take a while. So this will almost certainly be the last level I play on a stream today. I wasn't expecting it to take nearly this long, so I do not think I will have time for anything else. And that's assuming I finish it, which is not a safe bet at this point, at least in this session. Okay. No, let's just wait this one out for the next cycle. Yeah, as you can see, if you're just a little bit late there, you have no chance to correct. So it's actually unlike a lot of the other levels I was showcasing earlier, where you would have a pretty generous margin of error often. No, just totally wrong. Yeah, I don't think I understand my own fall timing. That's the issue here. You just need to alternate. See, that wasn't so bad. That time. That still catches me by surprise sometimes, because I think I'm letting up on the jump much sooner than I am. It's not an input problem or anything, I'm just inaccurate. I normally find ways to make up for inaccuracy with just better tactics or decisions, and this level is not one where that is going to work. I really do need to be precise. Okay. Nope. Yeah, that's an issue. Yeah, there's some chance I may have to abandon ship on this one. I'd prefer not to do that. It's not like it's technically demanding, it's just entirely bad timing on my part. Like, when it comes to the actual inputs and the actual reading of the level, there's nothing that challenging about it. So, let's see, like I said, we've gotten to the end screen a few times, but probably too few to be a meaningful sample of how well I'll do. Okay. That worked out a little bit better. Let's see this. Okay. That could have gone badly. Now here's the bit with the bone shell. Wow, okay. Wasn't expecting that bad of a miss. That was a fairly simple jump there. Really should not have been an issue. Okay, that's okay. We'll see what we can do to get back there quickly. Okay, this timing is improving slightly. Still not ideal, but yeah, just a lot of minor slip-ups. Can't really afford to burn quite that much time on that. That's the thing I've always observed about the players who are really good in this game, is that they just get more practice attempts in on the actual hard stuff, from cleaning up sloppiness and inconsistency much faster on the everyday run-of-the-mill jumps in between. Like, they're just much more consistent about fixing mistakes. And here, that is definitely been a bit of an impediment. Okay. Back, here we go. Okay, this is not difficult. Let that retract and go. Almost got nipped there. Nope, too early. That's something I should have spotted a little longer just to get a rhythm down. But the other thing about the pipe rhythm there is that it's actually slightly offset from the heartbeat sound effect. So my sensitive timing does get us a little bit thrown off by not quite reading the rhythm accurately, so. Yeah, because I was trying to see if I could use something like the heartbeat as a crutch. And the answer is no, I can't. Okay. But that's the kind of method I try to apply sometimes if I am just having trouble with something mechanically. Like I'm trying to very often just look for little hacks I can do perceptually to make things go a little differently. Wow, way too early. Way too early. You know, finding some other kind of cue that I can use to mix my timing up. And I'm just not seeing a lot of material to work with here. Okay, up we go. It's not even a sound, it is the visual effect. My sound is actually quite low locally. Okay. No, but it's the visual effect of the vignetting around a side that you get with the heartbeat. Nope, still not quite. Do need a full jump in there. I think I'm kind of hedging on that slightly. Whoops. And pulling back on that jump far too much. Yeah, we'll get this eventually. Perhaps. But it's sometimes surprising to me which levels turn out to be the ones that give me a lot of grief. Because it's not something that's necessarily predictable by clear rate. A lot of it is the style of obstacle and, you know, what I'm able to do with it. Okay. Because I would say this one wasn't just kind of unexpectedly challenging. Okay, here we go. Well, I mean, I've done stuff that looks a lot harder than this, that's for sure. Like, this one is difficult in ways that are not visually obvious. Usually in a lot of Mario Maker, difficulty just kind of looks like difficulty. That's not something that applies to this level. Like, everything when I finally get to clear will look really easy. And it's not going to be easy, but it's going to look really easy when clear is actually put together. One, two. Nope. Way too late. So the Piranha Plant does 5 chomps like 5 bytes before it retracts. And I've been trying to time myself around that, but the hitbox is a little bit weird to work with here. And the thing is, Red Knight, with the final room, it's not even the final room that's the choke room, I think. Because the thing about the final room is that I just haven't even had that many attempts on it. I've had maybe fewer than 5 to 10 tries on it so far. And I'm not getting there consistently enough to actually do much with it in terms of getting the bad attempts out of the way. StarCraft Bounds. Indie Mainstream, welcome. Now, I've played a lot of StarCraft, and I don't know exactly what you're talking about, unless it's something that's like one of the custom maps. I used to play a lot of custom maps. That was one of my first actual kind of maker-style scenes. Although on the editor side, I knew Warcraft 3 much better, because Warcraft 3 was where the custom mapping action really was back in the day. Okay. Time skill movement maps. Yeah, I think I know what style you're talking about. I'd just forgotten the name. Because by the time you get to StarCraft 2, you have people just kind of calling them micro-trainers. Or things like that. Whoops. But I think I know what you're talking about in terms of the style. Where you would just move things through time traps and such. Whoops. Way too short in that jump. Yeah, exactly. I remember that kind of thing in Warcraft 3 as well. I don't know if it was also called Bounds. I just don't remember. But it might have been. Okay. Now let's see what we can do here. That's fine. Okay, this is going a little bit better, I hope. Okay. Here we go again. Let's try it. Clear. Like I said, it looks simple when you actually do it, but that took some investments. A full hour after checkpoint 1, actually. So. Yeah, that could have gone a lot better, but we got it in the end. So, a couple of clears today. The other ones went much, much better. So we got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and yeah, the last one just took as much time as maybe 3 or 4 of the other ones combined. But the quotation here, now that I look at it, has a totally different meaning for me. It didn't think anything could go this wrong. Yeah, neither did I. I didn't think so either. But it went very wrong. Very, very wrong. Yeah, next one is Barbarous Berg. I don't think I can stay long enough to do it today, unfortunately. We will probably just have to do another Buflen session at some point. There are a couple of makers I need to do that with. I was hoping to get through more. As you can see, Buflen hasn't updated since November, and so we may have some time. I mean, previously he was just working so fast, I could not catch up, even remotely. And we're still stuck over in September, but we'll have lots more to work on with time. So a win, as you said, is a win, and thank you so much for the GGs. For now, though, I think that's going to be it for this stream. Thank you so much for joining me for so long, all of you. And especially for tolerating that last one, which was a lot of staring and planning out a timing and ultimately just crashing into something new every time. But regardless, we are going to be back for viewer levels in the same block today and the day after, as usual. And we'll see where things go from there. I might do something other than Mario Maker in the middle of next week, but we haven't quite finalized plans for that yet. It'll depend on whether certain things on my side come together. But Mario Maker this weekend, looking forward to levels that are sent to me as usual. And in the meantime, we will scan for a raid, so thanks for watching, and have a good night or morning or whatever it is in your clock, wherever you are. So until then, fare thee well.